Ajnana-nilinamdasya jnana-jala-shalakaya chaksharum-minitam yena tasmai shring guruve namaha. Wow, okay. I've been really looking forward to all this. Before we begin, though, I do want to give some clarification. I know there's been a lot of questions about Atmakriya level 2 and level 3 lately, because Guruji's been initiating into Atmakriya level 2 a lot recently. He in Mexico he did, now in Vrindavan he did, and I think also another time recently. So Guruji will be giving initiation on Babaji Day in Sri Pitanalaya, Atmakriya level 2. As he has said, he won't give initiation to Atmakriya level 3. However, the registration is closed for Atmakriya level 2 initiation in SPN. But if Guruji does come to your country and you have not learned Atmakriya level 2 and you fulfill the prerequisites, which of course is practicing the main Kriya at least one round every day for a year, you can miss up to 7 days though within that year. Guruji's pretty strict on that. So like no fudging. Even someone recently asked like, oh, they missed like 10 days, and no, it's 7 days at most. So if he does come to your country and, talk to your Atmakriya teacher, talk to your BMCC and see your Swami and see if Guruji would be up for giving initiation. For Atmakriya level 3, Guruji asked that we practice Atmakriya level 2 every day for 5 years with only 5 days missing. So that's 1 day a year. Okay. That might seem pretty strict, but honestly, there's yogis from like direct disciples of Mahavatar Babaji who only have Atmakriya level 2. That's a fact. Okay. So imagine what Guruji is giving. I think it's totally understandable that he asked that of us. Cool. Any questions on that? Because that's been like a question that's been floating around a lot lately about Atmakriya level 1, level 2, or no, level 2, level 3. Any questions? Akshar, they can unmute themselves if they want to, right?
I can make that available if you'd like.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, no, we'll take that as a no because people just accidentally unmute themselves. All right, Haribol. Okay, cool. So I guess if you have any questions, yeah, just ask in the chat. Or in the Telegram group. Okay. All right. So with all that said, yes, that's right. It's level 2 is 7 days, up to 7 days within 1 year, but not 8 days. It's very strict. All right. There's no fudging here. Okay. Fudging. I think that's an American term. It means like there's no wiggle room. Do you know what fudge is? It's this amazing like dessert. It's made out of, it's chocolate. It is incredible. It is like, it's amazing. Okay. Now I'm hungry. Okay. It's noon here. Awesome. Are we ready? Can we start? Cool. We enough just talking in the beginning. I was told in Navaratri time, just a few months ago, all the residents, they were so busy. And so like almost every day, one of them would be like, hey, would you, cover my satsang in the morning? And I was like, yeah, okay, sure. And then someone, I thought it was boring. But someone was like, oh, it's so nice because you always sit and like talk to everybody for a few seconds before like, hey, good morning. How's everybody? Happy Navaratri. And so I was like, oh, okay. I thought that was boring, but Jangadev. So Om chanting. Om chanting is amazing. Oh, if you have not been to the previous Kriya immersion, right? We did Japa Trinity and Nada Kriya. So if you have not joined that, but you want to still have that recording, it is possible. This is going to be a series. We're going to do one or two more covering all of the techniques. So today we're talking about Om chanting, pranayamas, and asanas. Om chanting, I was really actually thinking, like, what can we do? Because that's the one technique that we cannot really practice together right now. It is a physical group technique. And I want to sort of start with that because I know there's been a lot of confusion over these last year and a half, 2 years with COVID. There have been people coming together and chanting Om on Zoom online. And of course, that is great. Why? Because Om is the Raj mantra. Krishna says it in the Gita. Of all the mantras, I am Om. It is a name of the Lord. So of course it's powerful, just as if we come together and we're chanting Om Namo Narayana together. Of course it's powerful online because our consciousness is connecting. Of course there is something happening. However, it is not the Om chanting technique as Guruji and Babaji have given it. And Om chanting, the technique is a physical one, okay? And I'm super happy to talk about it because I think, I don't know, wait, that's not totally true. I was gonna say, I think that COVID is getting a little better, but actually that's not true. I know in like some countries, it's actually getting worse again. So yikes. However, if you are an organizer already, or if you want to be an organizer, you still can do it. You can do it with your friends or your family, the people that you know are safe. Even if it's just one other person, because Om chanting, as you know, is not just for us. It is for the consciousness of the world. It is for the entire area. And as COVID keeps going and as people get sick, sometimes, some people have had COVID a couple times. And as people keep passing away, of course, there's a lot of fear and stress and sadness and depression that these negative thoughts, these negative energies are being blasted into the atmosphere. And of course, that does affect us. If our neighbor or, other people in the city and the town we're at are in a negative place, which I find very understandable, of course, that does affect us too, because we are connected. But also the positivity that we bring into the world also positively affects them. Why? Because we're connected. So this will be like a not really like an Om chanting workshop, but sort of kind of. We're going to talk about a lot of like the specifics. And I really hope it inspires you that if you are an organizer, that you start again, if you've stopped, at least just with your friends and family. Or if you're not an organizer, I hope that you reach out and take an Om chanting workshop and become an organizer, because more Om chanting, the better. All right. So Om chanting. There was some time ago that Om chanting was being misunderstood. There was this focus on trying to understand Om chanting with a pseudo-scientific mind. Pseudo means like half or fake. Trying to understand it through, Dr. Emoto. He's done those amazing studies with, the crystals of water. Trying to understand Om chanting through this study, I think that the Transcendental Meditation group did many years ago about, how many people it takes to meditate to positively affect an area. And the truth is that was sort of wrong. It's very inspiring And it does help us to give a certain understanding, helps us to have faith in the power of group prayer and the power of Om chanting. However, it's very important. We have to understand is that everything in Atmakriya Yoga is grace. Om chanting is grace, grace of Mahavatar Babaji, grace of Paramahansa Vishwananda, grace of two amazing gurus, avatars. It's not measurable. We can't measure it. We can't understand the power of Om chanting with the mind. It is actually impossible. Om chanting is a miracle. And when I say a miracle, I mean, it's something that defies the laws of the universe, right? Like, Guruji materializing, right? He materializes things, and that defies the laws of the universe, that defies the mind. He actually, you know what he did? Just the other day, he pulled a pendant out of another pendant. He materialized a pendant for someone, and then he grabbed their pendant and pulled another pendant out of that pendant. That's crazy. That's amazing. Like, all right, Guruji, honestly, like I've obviously, if someone was to ask me, do you think he can do that? I'd go, yeah. But I've never heard him do that before. I mean, that's amazing. Wow. Okay. So Om chanting is that level of a miracle. And because it happens so effortlessly for us, we all have done Om chanting, we tend to forget that it's a miracle. But it is a miracle. Why? Because the divine, the Lord himself manifests as a ball of light, as energy above the people in the middle circle. And this is not just a theory. This is not just like, oh, this is what happens, but no one's experienced it. No, every single one of you have experienced it, right? Like, raise your hand if you've experienced some positivity in Om chanting. Yeah. Everyone, including my stepdad. Nice. I like the emoji hands. That's pretty cool. Including my stepdad. Okay, so some years ago, my stepdad is a really grounded person, lovely man. But he's very grounded in this whole spirituality stuff, like it's too much for him. Anyways, we by chance, he was in Miami with my mom, and I was too. And I was like, hey, well, you should come to a talk, and we're going to do this healing technique that, Guruji taught. And like, they both said, yeah, they would come, but I tell you, they never meant to come. They didn't want to, clearly. But I called them a few minutes before, and I was like, are you coming? And of course, now they can't say no. and so they come. Okay. And we give a small talk, about love, all that kind of good stuff. We do Om chanting. And afterwards, I asked my stepdad, how did he like it? And he looked at me and he said, I never would have thought in a million years you would ever get me to do something like that. I don't understand it, but I like it. Like someone who's never meditated a second in his life, someone who's so grounded, also felt something in Om chanting. Because Om chanting, like, how can you not? The Lord himself manifests in Om chanting. We forget that Om chanting is bhakti. We have this padaseva, obviously, as you know, Om chanting is padaseva bhakti. We often have this misunderstanding of what padaseva is. We think, oh, that means service to people, right? Right? That's what everybody thinks. Padaseva means service to people, right? It's wrong, actually. I had that misunderstanding also. Padaseva is not service to people. It's service to the Lord in people. It's the service to the divine in the people. It's this service to the divine, okay, in the people. And so So this is like, this is when we're worshiping our devata, we are serving Guruji really in our hearts and our minds. Or no, sorry, the gopis. The gopis, all they could think of was Krishna. And so when they were with their husbands, when they were with their children, who were they serving? Where was their mind? Their mind was on Krishna. They were serving Krishna in the form of their husband. They were serving Krishna in the form of their child. That's Padaseva Bhakti. This is expressing our love to our guru and our devata. Expressing our love to God in the form of the people around us, okay? So we often forget that Om chanting is bhakti. It is this connection with the divine. Om chanting is a miracle because the Lord himself, your devata manifests. And the devata of my stepdad, he doesn't know what a devata is. He doesn't know what an Ishtadev is. He doesn't know who Ganesha is or Krishna. But still, he has a devata. Everyone does. And so in this moment of Om chanting, he was connecting with his Ishtadev. He was connecting with his guru, even though he doesn't know his guru. His guru might be Guruji, or his guru might be another guru. I don't know. But he has a guru. Every soul has a guru. And in Om chanting, he was connecting with his guru. So how could he not enjoy it? How could he not feel something? Om chanting is about this connection with the divine. Of course, when what happens is when Om chanting, it was called Om healing before, right? It was changed because of legal reasons, because some countries are like, oh, you say healing? Well, we want scientific proof. Well, that's not how it works with grace, obviously. So we had to, Guruji chose to change the name to Om chanting. Of course, when we are connected sincerely with our guru, we're connected spiritually, sincerely with our devata, naturally, our physical body becomes healthy. We don't say that Om chanting heals you. Technically, what Om chanting does is it activates your self-healing potential. Because naturally, the mind, the negativity, the ego goes away in Om chanting. And there's this connection with you and the divine. And it's natural in that space that the healing potential of your body becomes hyperactivated. So it's actually your own healing potential that is happening in Om chanting. Does that make sense? Like when your soul is becoming invigorated, naturally the mental, emotional, energetic, physical illnesses that we have start to go away. Because what is all physical illness? Physical illness is a product of blocked nadis. It is a product of low energy. It is a product of negative thoughts. Now, please understand, negative thoughts are, I'm not talking about just in this moment, but we have a thought pattern that happens over lifetimes. And so certain thought patterns create an energetic habit, which create a physical repercussion, right? And so in Om chanting, we're putting the mind away. We're connecting with our devata. We're connecting with God. I mean, honestly, like if you're an Om chanting organizer, like if ever you do an Om chanting in a new place, I'll definitely get into like really how easy Om chanting is. But I highly recommend to focus on that. Like after Om chanting, when I'm usually giving a talk, I say, did you felt something? And everybody goes, yeah. I said, did you feel that in the middle it was higher energy? Yeah. That's because above the inner circle there was a ball of light. The divine unhid itself. The divine is everywhere. The divine is everywhere. But do we sense the divine everywhere? Do we experience the divine everywhere? The answer is no. Of course, when we go to Sri Pitanalaya or we go to Vrindavan or we go to any place Guruji is, of course, we feel happier. We feel this higher energy. Why? Because the divine has unhid itself. And that's what happens in Om chanting. The divine unhides itself. And so there's naturally a positive repercussion upon our physical body. That makes sense, right, everybody? Yeah. Okay. So because Om chanting is grace, actually everybody, it is something that we should run to. Guruji gave Om chanting to us so that we can do padaseva. What does that mean? That, like, again, serving God in our brothers and our sisters. If you're an organizer, even if you're not an organizer, and you have an organizer that is a friend, and you have another friend that is sick, okay, not with COVID, but maybe something else, okay? Yikes. You can have them come and do Om chanting for that person. And this is a spiritual service. Put them in the middle for the entire 45 minutes, for the entire hour, for 3 hours. Put that person in the middle. Because when that person is healthy, then what will they be able to do? They'll be able to live a life of love, live a life serving their guru, serving their devata. In that moment, in that 45 minutes, hour, 3 hours, when they're sitting in the middle, what is happening? They're having a direct connection with their guru, a direct connection with Mahavatar, a direct connection with their devata. What service? That is like the greatest service we could give anybody, is to let them have a direct connection with their devata. I mean, I'm often confused that so many Atmakriya students and Om chanting organizers, they don't realize this. They do Om chanting thinking it's just a healing technique. It is not. It is not just a healing technique. It is a prayer. It is a way to connect to God and to help many other people. This is why, if you're an organizer, when COVID is done, go out there and do Om chanting. Really push it. Be a little bit crazy. Okay, guys? Really go do Om chanting with everyone, because what a great service. Because Guruji said, when we do Om chanting, even once, there is an awakening of the divine inside that will never go away, because that person has been in contact with God. And in the physical place that Om chanting has happened, the divine manifests itself in the floors, in the walls, in the ceiling, in the chairs. The divine has manifested itself in the inanimate objects also, and it will also never go away. That place technically becomes a place of pilgrimage. Because what is the difference between a place of pilgrimage, let's say Fatima, and a normal place? Well, the Divine Mother manifested herself, and she placed her energy in Fatima, for example. But in a normal place, she hasn't unmanifested herself yet. Do you understand what I'm saying? She hasn't unhid herself, rather. So wherever you do Om chanting, Mother Mary has appeared. The Divine Mother has manifested. Krishna has manifested. Narasimha has manifested. Guruji, Mahavatar Babaji has manifested. Isn't that amazing? Like, I don't, is it just me? I can't tell. You are, I mean, I understand. You're all just staring at your screen. I get it. But you're all just like, but I don't know. Is it just me? I find this amazing. Om chanting is like, I can't get over it. It is so awesome. It is so awesome. On every single level, Om chanting, it's so amazing. And it breaks my heart that there's so many organizers that just don't do it. They got this blessing from Mahavatar Babaji. Because when you're become an Om chanting organizer, literally Babaji comes and he makes a contract with you. And he says, whenever you do Om chanting, I will be there to take care of the karma. Okay, we'll talk about the karma in a bit. Okay. Do you know how many souls in this world have a direct blessing from Mahavatar Babaji? So very few. That's crazy. And what's the blessing? The blessing is whenever we do Om chanting, God will manifest, Mahavatar will be there, Guruji will be there, and all of these people who are there will be able to have an experience of God, an experience of the divine. That's amazing. So like, yeah, like I was really looking forward to today, actually, just to like geek out on Om chanting for a bit. Like, it is so amazing. I love it. I really love Om chanting so much. It's really incredible because it is grace. It is the grace of God. It is the grace of Mahavatar Babaji and Guruji. All right. Cool. Any questions? I see there's some things in the chat. Let me look. You know what's amazing? I should maybe take a screenshot of all of my, I don't know how to change it in Zoom. All of the words are like this big. It takes forever for me to read anything. Okay. A sweet story some years ago is very warm and dry through Christmas. In the room, we did Om chanting, and there was a Christmas tree, and it stayed green until February, where everybody else had, everyone else's tree was dead. Yeah, it's totally true because of course, where the divine is, like, if we want to think of it in like sort of pseudo-scientific yogic terms, is the inside, or God knows how to make the perfect Christmas tree. God knows how to make the perfect you, okay? Physically, mentally, emotionally, energetically. And so when you do Om chanting and the divine manifests, of course, the perfect, healthy Christmas tree becomes manifested. Absolutely, 100%. Okay. I have a question regarding Om chanting. As far as I know, the love and intention which one places in the prayer or the name of a person on a slip of paper in the Om chanting box is important. Now I was told that others were very much encouraged to think about the exact wording before writing it down. Is it better to keep everything open as possible or to write it out exactly? You know, I would say, my opinion is just keep it open. Because when we pray for something, okay, this is a little bit off topic. It's all about like prayer and intention. Okay, so first off, with Om chanting, if you write someone's name down, clearly you love them enough, if you feel it or not, you love them enough to take the time to pray for them. That's enough. God knows what's best for them. Guruji, Babaji knows what's best for them. So you don't need to write like whatever, Lisa Jenkins, may she become healthy on whatever day, going through whatever situation, blah, 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 blah. Like God knows that stuff. He knows what she's going through, what he's going through better than we do. Okay. Now, if you're praying for a situation, the truth is I would leave it big, because God knows what's best. Actually, Guruji said it so beautifully. He said, the reason why we think that prayers don't become answered is because we have an idea of how the prayer should be answered, how it should happen. But everybody, look back on your life, and for sure you have at least one prayer that was answered, right? Yeah. Was it answered exactly the way you expected it to? No, for sure not. Because God is extremely efficient, okay? And from his cosmic perspective, he knows how to answer that prayer in the most efficient way possible, in the best way possible. And honestly, our limited mind can never understand that. God has infinite ways, I'm going to quote Guruji, has infinite ways to answer our prayer better than what we could ever think of. That's how intelligent God is. So just let God do his job, okay? we don't have to micromanage God in answering our prayers, okay? Also, though, when it comes to spiritual realization, though, I mean, what's the whole point of spirituality? What's the point of Kriya? What's the end result of the Gita? Sharanagati, surrender. So give yourself to the lap of the Divine Mother. Give yourself into the lap of Guruji and let them take care of it. Om chanting is a perfect place to work on our Sharanagati and to say, look, I'm coming to Om chanting just because I want to be with you, my Lord. Be with you, Ma, to be with you, Guruji, to be with you, Babaji. And I know you will take care of everything as you know is best. You see? This is the best way to be about it. I know a lot of people, and this is actually your question harkens back to this some time ago, where people were becoming obsessed about the science of Om chanting. Like, it's true, of course, if there is, that's somehow true, if there's more Om chantings happening, and all of the Om chantings have the same intention, whatever that intention is, of course there's more energy. But that's also not totally true, because it only takes one Om chanting to completely change destinies, because God's grace, Guruji's grace. Do you think Guruji needs 1,000 people to sit and pray to answer a prayer? No, he doesn't. He doesn't need anybody, actually. but even if one person was just like, Guruji, please help, of course he can change destinies, no? And that's the point. Om chanting is a prayer, okay? So forget about this being exact in your mind, because honestly, it'll drive you insane. It will drive you insane, because the mind cannot understand, nor can it harness God's grace. God doesn't give grace because we think we have correct intention. He gives grace because of our love. That's the point, everybody. That makes sense, right? Yeah, okay, good. I have to admit, like, after all these years, I'm still not like used to teaching over Zoom because, when I look down and I see you guys, I understand, me too, right? Poor Guruji, whenever he's giving a course, for sure, we're all like, like poor him. but honestly, you can scroll through and see each other. You're all, everybody's like, and I'm like God's grace, Guruji's grace. And you're all like, it's fun. I just have to admit it's a bit hard. Okay. Going back. Can I also put an animal in the middle? No. Actually, no, because your goldfish can't chant Om. But you can you can have them outside, of course, and you can pray for them. It's very good. Yes. Oh, that's nice. Oh, 3 Om chantings this week. That is awesome. If for time reasons you have to go and make a trade-off between studying Gita or Om chanting, what is better? Okay, actually, that's a question I can't answer. What is better between studying the Gita and Om chanting? Well, both of them are the Lord. The Bhagavad Gita is Krishna himself. And when you read the Bhagavad Gita, of course, you are being imbibed with Krishna's grace. So you have to listen to yourself. There is no better, that doesn't exist. Like what is better, chanting Om Namo Narayana or Sri Vitala Giridhari Padabrahmane Namaha? There is no better. Both is God's grace. Okay. But you have to go with your feeling. Okay. Yep. I'll definitely talk about the karma thing. Could you say that Om chanting helps unblock nadis? Yeah, absolutely. And this is because actually even reading the Gita helps unblock nadis, of course, because we have to understand is that we're like a diamond, okay? And there's different facets of the diamond, but it's one diamond. And so our mind, our emotions, our physical body, our energetic body, that means our many nadis, our many chakras, as you know, there's more than just these main 7 chakras. They're all part of one being. And so when there's a positive thing that happens on one level, like say you practice hatha yoga or you go running, of course, you also feel good mentally. You feel good emotionally. And of course, energetically, you feel good because your body is becoming healthy. So they all are very much interconnected. So when you do Om chanting, by healing your body, by raising your vibration, by cleaning your mind, by cleaning your aura, this all, of course, is another way of saying unblocks your nadis. If I organize an Om chanting and I know that a friend who usually tends the circle is not mentally well because he's in a bad phase of his being bipolar, and bipolar people are not. Do I tell him that he cannot participate without how do I tell him without offending him? Yeah, that's a really great question. Look, well, him being offended, that's on him. Okay, like if someone is offended, that's their own responsibility. Okay, to be clear. So like we can't 100% be like, this is what you need to say and it will never offend anybody. That doesn't happen. I don't know if you guys follow the news with America, but everything you say offends somebody here. So it's just not possible. But of course, trying to explain it to him with an open heart, with understanding, and with honesty. doing Om chanting, actually getting to the karma thing, we often say that Atma Kriya Yoga or Om chanting burns karma. Well, that's not true, because that gives a perception that it makes it go away, like it just turns it into nothing. But that's not true. Karma is energy, and energy can't be destroyed. Energy must be transformed. So karma is transformed. And for karma to be transformed, it must come up and out. Okay. If it's not coming up and out, it can't be transformed. And so with certain situations, such as mental illness, the karma which is creating that mental illness, of course, for it to come up and out, it actually could make it worse in the short term. And we definitely don't want anyone to get worse and hurt someone else or hurt themselves. Because what's more important, them getting over their mental illness or them living a life with love of God? Because God's love, our love for God, has nothing to do with mental illness or not. And so them being in Om chanting might inadvertently shorten their lifespan. Does that make sense? And so we don't want them to hurt themselves. And but if they sit outside of the circle, the energy is already at a level that it will be very good for them still, but it won't hyperactivate that karma. Okay. Good. So we're just jumping around answering your questions, but there's definitely some things I want to talk about because we're not done with Om chanting. Actually, we could easily do all 4 hours. Oh, geez, I'm going to have to actually go a bit fast. Is there a difference doing Atma Kriya as a devotee or only as a Kriya yogi? Yeah. But that difference is, tell you what, we're going to get back to that question later. I mean, the answer is yes and no, actually, like a lot of things. But yeah, we'll get back to that question later. Okay, cool. Do we need a break? No, I hear no's. Good, very good. All right, I took some notes here. Okay, so, all right, so let's back up and talk about where Om chanting came from. As you know, Om chanting is one of 2 techniques that didn't come directly from Mahavatar Babaji. They came through Guruji. Of course, the other one being Trinity meditation. Om chanting is an ancient technique which comes before Ayurveda, okay? Before Dhanvantari, the avatar of Mahavishnu, gave Ayurveda to the world. And the ancient rishis, the ancient sages, the ancient saints, when anyone was sick for any reason, they would do Om chanting. And as Guruji explained, even if they didn't have their arm anymore, they would put them in the middle and they would do Om chanting just for that person. And they would not stop until the arm literally regrew itself. Okay, that's awesome. But why haven't we seen that? Well, we have to understand, okay, is Om chanting is also a prayer. And we need to have faith, right? The more faith we have, the faster the prayer will manifest, right? And they would also sit there for days or weeks. The longest Om chanting I've ever done was 3 hours. And that was no more than 3 hours. I could definitely not go any longer. I had to go to the bathroom. It was terrible. I was getting hungry. These ancient saints, they would just sit there for days. So, yeah. So Mm. So then actually, how long can we do Om chanting? Because there's also a lot of misunderstanding about that. When Guruji first taught Om chanting, he always taught it actually as a full hour, as 4 groups, that there was 4 15 minutes. We now do on like our normal thing is 45 minutes, but this was because it was a practical thing, because people would come for 1 hour Om chanting, but they would stay at the yoga studio for, like an hour and a half, right? And most people don't want to commit an hour and a half, but they'll commit an hour. So start doing 45 minutes of Om chanting, that usually is in total of setting up and putting everything away is about 1 hour. Does that make sense? But there is no maximum amount of time in Om chanting as a total. So you could do Om chanting literally 24 hours. If you and your friends had the endurance to sit and chant Om without leaving the circle, you could go on for days. Yes, absolutely. And so as the total Om chanting, but also for the rounds, okay? There, you can do 1 round, you can do 2, you can do 4, you can do 10 rounds. A round could also be 30 minutes. A round could be 1 hour. A round could be 24 hours. It doesn't have to be 15 minutes, but it cannot be less than 15 minutes. This is important because it takes 15 minutes for the purification cycle to complete. And then every minute after that, or every second after that, is a bonus. Okay. So there is no maximum in Om chanting, which is amazing. So please, everybody, when you have a brother or a sister, when I say brother or sister, I mean like you're my brothers, you're my sisters. Yeah. That is sick, please go do Om chanting and do it for an hour, do it for an hour and a half. Just put them in the middle. Can we do multiple rounds? So for example, could I go in and be the first in the round and also the third, like get out and go back in? The answer is yes, absolutely. It's fine. Actually, Om chanting is so simple, guys. Okay, wait, sorry, wait, pause. I'm going to explain Om chanting like I explain it to new people, okay? Because it's this simple. Jake, your Dave, everybody. Welcome to Om chanting. I'm super happy that you're here. Are you okay with me not explaining what happens, but just a little bit how we do it so that we can just get right into it and you can have a pure experience? Yeah? Great. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to sit in 2 circles, okay? One on the outside, one on the inside. The one on the outside will face in, the one on the inside will face out. We're all going to chant Om continuously, like Om, Om, on and on for all 45 minutes. Everybody's Om will be different, so it will overlap. So it'll be one continuous Om. After 15 minutes, I'll ring the bell, bing, bing, bing. And that will be the signal to change. So if you're in the middle, you just get up and sit on the outside. And if you're in the next round, you'll leave the outside and go in the middle. After the 45 minutes, we rub our hands together, place them from our head to our feet 3 times. This is to bring the extra healing energy in the air into our body. And that's it. If I'm going to do some invocation mantras, some mantras to give thanks to the lineage of teachers who brought Om chanting to the world. If you know them, please join. If not, it's totally fine. Boom, there you go. There's Om chanting, everybody. I'm being serious. That was Om chanting completely right there. How do you bowl, Jagger Dave? If you're an organizer, did you know that is complete Om chanting? Yeah, I don't understand how Om chanting became so complicated over the years. That is Om chanting, okay? And it is so simple and so easy. You can explain it in just a couple minutes to a child. Cool. As Om chanting is also a prayer, because the divine manifests, if we practice hand mudras, of course it is the Om chanting hyperactivates those mudras. Now, some people have, some organizers believe that they have to teach Hidraya mudra and Jnana mudra. That's not true. These are offerings to, in those cases where you feel the people would want something more, you can give them mudras. Do you have to practice mudras during Om chanting? No, you don't. Definitely not. Can you practice any other mudra? Yeah, totally. Like I'm always practicing Sudarshan mudra or Matsya mudra. Yeah, these are my favorite mudras. You can practice any of them. Yeah. Okay. If the sick friend that we brought to Om chanting circle is not able to chant Om, is that okay? Yeah, absolutely. Like that's amazing about Om chanting. If the person is so sick, okay, that they can't chant Om, it's totally fine. Just put them in the middle. Now, we can do Om chanting just for the person in the middle and have no one else with them. So it's just one person in the middle and the rest of us are chanting Om. That person may even fall asleep. Maybe they're so sick. It's totally fine. Or what we could do is we all could rotate in and out of the middle, and that person could stay the entire time. Do they have to chant Om? No, it's totally okay because they're sick. Okay. Now, if the person is rotating in and out and they're a normal participant in Om chanting, yes, they have to chant Om. Why? Because Om chanting is a group technique. It is, it can't be done alone. As you know, when Om chanting happens, when the divine manifests itself, it's so strong that it blows away our aura. It blows away our mind. You all know that. You do Om chanting and you can't think straight. You can't think normally. Actually, it might be a really great time where like ideas, inspirations come. Why? Because the mind isn't working normally. And what happens because your mind is gone, your aura is gone, only the divine is present. Actually, there is unity between all of us in Om chanting. Only the divine is there. Well, this is Vishishta Advaita, right? Where there's only oneness, the only divine is there, but of course we open our eyes and we see, separation. So it's Om chanting shows the reality. And what happens is if I leave the circle, that unity of energy then has to change because it's technically a new circle because I have left. So, or if I stop chanting Om, then it's like a new Om chanting. Or if someone comes into Om chanting late, okay, then it's a new Om chanting. And I don't know if you've ever been in an Om chanting where someone left or someone came, but I think you could feel it. Like it's sort of the energy decreases. Yeah. Have you noticed if you've been in such a situation? Yeah. Cool. But I want to make it clear, guys, no one's going to die. Okay. No one's going to die. Okay. If someone we were doing Om chanting once and it was like someone just, we're Om, and someone just like got up and just left. It was weird. It was really weird. And it was like, okay, but Is that person going to die? No, it's fine. Am I going to die? No, it's fine. Okay. Like some people get like a little bit too crazy about it. It's fine. Okay. Um, it's so like don't be like crazy about it. Okay. If you're an organizer. Okay. So what is the maximum amount of people that can do Om chanting? There is no maximum. We could do an Om chanting circle of 1,000 people. Absolutely. Yes, technically it is better to do multiple smaller Om chantings. Guruji explained it's better energetically, but we could technically do 1,000 people. The minimum is 2 people. Onto your question right now is, but of course there is no switching. What we do is we put 2 people on the outside. So maybe it's you and me, and we put a picture in the middle. Now, of course, that picture cannot chant Om. So that's why there's no switching. Okay. And we are praying, of course, for that person or those people in that photo. Now, the minimum amount of people to switch is 3 people, of course, because then, then you can switch. Okay. Cool. The rule, we need technically at least equal amount of people on the outside as inside. Best is more people on the outside as inside, but technically it just has to be equal. Okay. But it should be more. It's better if there's more people on the outside than there's the inside. There was this idea that it always has to be thirds, like 2/3 outside, 1/3 in the middle. Well, that's not true. That's not true at all. It just more people on the outside. Cool. I'm just trying to like go through like frequently asked questions about Om chanting because I don't know what happened. I don't understand. Om chanting became so complicated, and it when it becomes complicated, it like kills the love. You know what I mean? Like we should just do Om chanting because we love it. Okay. Let's see if you have any more questions. If not, I would like to actually chant Om with you. Yep, I will get to the pranayamas in a bit. That's a good question. Cool. Everybody okay, good. So we're going to chant Om together. There is a way that we should chant Om that is better, okay? But we technically could chant Om in any way. Om. Okay. I mean, that's okay. It's not the best, but okay, Jagadev. Wait, no, but there was one person when I was like, we chant Om continuously, right? I never thought about it, but I always assumed that means Om, Om, right? But this lady in the Om chanting went Om 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 Om. I was like, no. Oh, and she was like, oh, okay. Funny. Okay. And of course, it is nicer if our Oms are harmonious, Of course, it's nicer. Of course, it is more, it helps us to be a little bit more meditative. But to be clear, Om chanting is not a meditation, okay? Because we have to keep doing external Om chanting. We don't chant Om inwardly, it is externally chanting. So it's not a meditation. But of course, if everybody's harmonious, it is more pleasant. But if it's not harmonious, everyone else is going, oh, and then there's someone else going, oh, okay. Obviously, it's not as nice, but you know what? It's fine. God's grace is not limited to the harmony of Om. Okay, good, nice. So, how to chant Om? All right. And actually, we can take this and we can bring it to all of our external chanting, including like yagnas. We've been doing yagnas here like every night for the past like week or two, and it's awesome. God, I love yagnas. They're so cool. But we have to chant in a certain way. Okay, not have to. We should chant in a certain way, and that is chanting from our solar plexus. Okay. And as Guruji put it, this is the place of creation. And so, of course, Om Namo Narayanaya, Sri Vitala Giridhari Padmane Namaha, Om, it has its already God's grace in it. But if we put our own power into it, also, it does make it stronger. So what we can do is we can take our hand, okay, everybody, take your hand, and place it, or both hands, and place like one on your belly button and one like above your belly button. Your Nabel, is that the German word? Nabel? Yeah. I was dreaming in German last night. Yeah, it was crazy. I was dreaming about all the SPN residents, and Parta was there, and people, they were introducing themselves in German, and I was like, in my dream, I was thinking, oh, how do I say this again? Ich bin Swami Tulsidas. Weird. Okay. Anyways, so place your hands, like this on your stomach. And when you chant, okay, we're all going to chant. Try to feel the physical vibration down there. Okay. Okay. So take a deep breath. Very good. Do you feel this this nice energy, this sort of like peace around you, this tranquility? That's how you know that you chanted well. Yeah, you chanted in a good way. If we chant like now, you can take your hands, you can place them here on your heart chakra. Yeah. And try to chant just from your chest. Okay. Of course, it will sound different, right? Om. 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 It feels weird, no? Or you can even place your hand on your throat, huh? And try to chant just from your throat. Oh, I can't even do it. Okay. But you can feel the energy is different, isn't it? Yeah? Yeah, exactly. It's too funny. You can feel the energy is different, right? Right. And so And so it's not bad. Of course, if you can chant from your throat, it's okay. You know, the grace is there, but there is an extra something. Okay. Now, if we can, now from the crown chakra. Oh, I'll try. Oh. Yeah, that's I don't know how to do that. That's pretty funny. Uh, of course, there is also a certain way to chant that is technically correct in the sense of 2/3 O, so the AU, O, 1/3 and also like another bit silence. Okay. I mean, but like, don't stress yourself. Okay. Don't like have like a timer on your phone going, oh, oh, okay, don't do that. Okay. Okay. Um, it's fine. Just chant. Okay. Like it's an approximation. Okay. Um, Om. Om. Okay, it's an approximation. Energy is totally different, right? So of course, like chanting Om together on Zoom, of course, is powerful. It's very beautiful, and 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 for sure, it can help us attune to the power of Om. Because usually when we're together, we're Kriya yogis. Of course, we spend our time chanting Om Namo Narayanaya. Of course, um, and so often we don't know, we don't feel the power of just chanting Om. But Om chanting takes the power of Om to another level, and that is a physical. We must be physically together. Okay, we can think of it like the difference between japa of Om Namo Narayanaya in Trinity meditation. Trinity meditation takes the power of Om chanting, the power of Om Namo Narayanaya and focuses it, makes it quite powerful, right? Cool. So, I definitely now, yes, okay. You can do 2 people in Om chanting. What it is, oh, I'm happy. Yeah. Yes. We will have a short break. Absolutely. Just in a second. To do 2 people, again, it's just 2 people facing each other with a picture in the middle, but no switching. No one's in the middle, obviously. Cool. So with that, let's take a 10-minute break. We're going to come back and we're going to talk a little bit more about Om chanting. We're going to chant Om for a little longer together, and then we'll move on to the Pranayamas. Are you enjoying so far? Yeah. Nice. That makes me very, very happy. Okay, cool. I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. So 1:30 my time. I don't know what that is for you. At the 30, at the half hour. Okay. Awesome. Take it, Dave. There's some very good news, but things I had to take care of. So I think I'll be able to talk about that good news hopefully very soon. Okay, take it. So Let's chant Om. Wait, no. I wanna first visit the meaning of Om. We've already talked about it when we talk about Om Namo Narayana. And Om, of course, is a universal mantra, right? Every Hindu tradition chants Om. So does, Buddhism, Jainism, and like it's quite universal. So whatever any lineage says, that's what Om means. They're right. We can't say that someone is wrong because it is universal. It's the supreme consciousness itself. But for us in Atma Kriya, we are bhaktas. And so our relationship to Om chanting, is a relationship of love. Because for us, Om is our loving Lord. Like I sometimes we tend to forget that. We just think Om is Om, or Om is consciousness, and we separate Om from Lakshmi Narayan, from our Guru, from our Devata, Tulsi Narasimha. But it's not true. Om is Tulsi, Om is Lakshmi, Om is Narayan, Om is Guruji, Om is Mahavatar, right? And in the Sri Sampradaya, they explain Om, A-U-M, if it's transliterated, to mean A represents Narayan, because A is the first letter of the Sanskrit alphabet. So A is first, God is first, Narayan is first. Nothing came before God. I mean, obviously. But Jesus said something that's similar. He said, I'm the Alpha and the Omega. I'm first and last. And so here A stands for Narayan because nothing comes before Narayan. U stands for two things. Lakshmi, because we can't have Lakshmi we can't have Narayan without Lakshmi. Wherever Narayan is, Lakshmi is. Wherever Shiva is, Parvati is. Wherever, we can't separate these two. Lakshmi, who is creation itself, who is bhakti itself, is eternal. Creation, the thing is not eternal, okay? But the energy which creates the thing is eternal, right? So Maya is eternal. We can't separate creation or pada prakriti, or prakriti. We can't separate prakriti from the Purusha, right? If you know about the Gita, we can't separate. They are one, okay? But U also stands for only. The word only, O-N-L-Y. Moving on to M. M comes from the word ma, M-A-H. Ma means mine. So ma or me. So ma is the Atma, right? And so if we see A-U-M, M being the Atma, U being Lakshmi, A being Narayan, what does it mean? It means that the Atma, who you really are, who I really am, we belong only to Lakshmi Narayan. We belong only to the divine. We belong only to our Guru. We belong only to the supreme reality. We belong in Vaikuntha. That means that we don't belong to this world. This world, we are not subservient to the world. We're not subservient to karma. We are subservient to God. He, in a loving way, owns us. But we say that, right? Like this is, like my friend, right? We say that, that's my mom, my dad, my daughter, my son, right? My Guru. Of course, Guruji is everybody's Guru, but he's also my Guru. You know what I'm saying? And so And so like in a loving way, Lakshmi Narayan, they're saying, you're mine. You're my child. You're not the child of the material universe. You are not a child of the five elements. You are my child. You belong to me. And I'm going to bring you back to Vaikuntha, where you should be. Isn't that beautiful? So when we do Om chanting, we can remember that even Om itself stands for this relationship between the soul and God, this eternal loving relationship between the soul and God. It's really not separate from bhakti, Om chanting. Ooh, long questions. Okay. Jacob Dave, when we add someone's photo to an Om chanting with 3 people, if the person has Guruji in the photo next to them, yeah, don't worry about it. What is the procedure of implementing the Om chanting in case 2 people are present? Do these 2 people always sit in the same seat? The picture is probably always in the middle. Yes, exactly. There's no changing. But it's done at least 15 minutes. Yesterday in full moon Om chanting, we were 29 people. That's awesome. The lady right in front of me, quite an elderly person, looked at me after 5 minutes. I approached and she told me she was about to faint. I gave her my new bottle of water. She drank and remained in her place. But she looked at me again. Her face was white, no color. She said she needed to lie down. I tried to do it right there inside the circle, but she insisted to go out from there, and I accompanied her outside, where she remained laying down with some blankets that I put on her. I realized that there were 2 organizers inside the circle, and I felt relieved. First question, if there were not organizers in the circle in this example, would it be wrong that I accompanied this fainting lady? I'm guessing that you mean you were one of the organizers. So like you left and there's still an organizer there, I'm guessing. It would be wrong that I accompanied this fainting lady for 2 minutes or more. Okay, cool. You were in charge. Okay. Actually, this is a really good question. Let's say you have 29 people for Om chanting, but because of the size of the room, you actually have to do 2 Om chantings. So there's 1 Om chanting and another Om chanting, but you're the only organizer. It's fine, actually, because that you are there organizing them both. Even though there's multiple Om chantings, Babaji will take care of both Om chantings. Okay, you don't have to physically be present in both Om chantings. Does that make sense? So in this case, if there was not another organizer, it's totally fine. 100%. Do not worry. You went and did your duty to support this lady. It's totally fine. Everything is cool. Okay. Good. Second question. You said that new circle, new Om chanting was created. It was the only time in 8 years doing Om chanting. Very often it happens this to me, that a participant abandoned. I think you did exactly the right thing. It's totally fine. It's fine. If for adults, is it necessary 45 minutes minimum? How much time do we need for the children? It's not necessary 45 minutes for adults. It's 15 minutes is necessary. But of course, in 15 minutes, there's no switching. There is only, you just do 15 minutes, people are in the middle, and then you finish. There's no switching, of course. But you could do 30 minutes where, you switch once, right? People in the middle for 15 minutes, and then you do it another 15 minutes. Or you could do 45 minutes or an hour and 15 minutes, an hour and a half, 3 hours, 20 hours, whatever. Okay. How much time do we need for children? Okay. So Guruji has said, by Babaji's grace, with children, because they, of course, it's hard for them to sit for, 15 minutes. You can do 5 minutes if you're doing an Om chanting with children. So 5 minutes per group, per switch. Okay. Can you say more? Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's right. Thanks for reminding me about the karma. Maybe we'll talk about the karma when it gets to the pranayamas, because I sort of want to chant Om for a bit. But I do want to say something though. There was a beautiful moment. It was the biggest Om chanting we ever had up until that moment. It was done, in the where the big Shiva Murti is, outside in Sri Pitanalaya, right when you drive in. There was Om chanting there. I think, I don't know, 120 people, 150 people. And Guruji came out, and for like the last maybe 15, 20 minutes, he just sat there and just sort of watched the Om chanting. It was really beautiful. There was that sense that he was watching more, like he could obviously see things that we don't see. And then when it finished, Guruji smiled and he said, the most beautiful moment of Om chanting is that at the last Om, when everybody finishes, Om, he said there's a swirling, like the energy swirls upwards, and there Babaji is, and he takes all of the karma upon himself. Nice, huh? So, but we'll get back to that later. Let's chant some Om together. So, when you're chanting Om, right, we want to try to chant from our solar plexus. We want to take, try, Om, silence. You can do any mudra you want, okay? And you can think about whatever you want. If you want to focus on Guruji, Babaji, your Devata, whatever, okay? Good. Are you ready? I can tell. I can see that you're all very excited. Good. Okay. So take a deep breath. Oh. 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 Um, oh. Honestly, I'm really not such a serious Swami. Oh. Om. 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 Please take your right hand, place on your heart chakra, left hand in your right hand. Take a deep breath. Even though normally our japa is Om Namo Narayana, or if you're initiated devotee Sri Fatila Giridhari Padmanama, you're totally free to just sit and chant Om. It's nice, right? It's nice. You absolutely can do that. If you feel it, please do it. All right. Are you guys ready for some Shavasana? Yeah, I see some of you. Ekanadas. He looks ready for that Shavasana. All right. Okay, cool. So, any last questions about Om chanting? The karma we'll get back to later, because karma actually is pretty much the same everywhere. Like it's karma's karma. Nice. Om chanting is amazing, everybody. Of course, I mean, obviously, I didn't talk about everything in Om chanting. About the 2 kilometers and how it uplifts the entire area. We all know these things. But ultimately, like, I think the most important thing is when we do Om chanting to remember that it is bhakti. It's about this love relationship between us and God. There's some awesome benefits, right? Like, physical healing and all these amazing things. But ultimately, it's about this love relationship. And please, everybody, if you're not an organizer, please become an organizer, okay? And if you are an organizer already, please start. Like, even if it's just with one other person. Try to do it at least once a week. By the way, you can do Om chanting up to 3 times a day. 3 times a day. Okay. So like, but 21, you could do 21 Om chantings in a week. Or you could do one long Om chanting that's 7 days long. Yeah, just please start. The world needs it, because this 2 kilometers helps really purify the consciousness, purify the atmosphere of the world, and the world really needs it now, obviously. Oi, 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 oi. You can have as many photos as you want. Why do we chant Om, not Aum? Because it's Om. I mean, the AUM is the transliteration. That's not translation. Transliteration is like when you Japanese or Chinese, it's a completely different alphabet. I mean, it's not even an alphabet, but it's a completely different way of writing, but we can write it in Romanized letters, right? You know, so it's the transliteration, and it's Om. It's not Aum. Like when, even if you, in any Sanskrit word, when it's transliterated as AU, it's said as Om, as O. Cool. My son occasionally has seizures. Guruji said Om chanting is good for him. Any explanation? Yes, that is a really great question. Explanation is Guruji's grace. Guruji knows best. Figurative. So, pranayamas. We ready? Yeah, we awake? Yeah, okay, nice. So, pranayamas. Pranayamas, Nadi Shuddhi pranayama, okay? And Sukhapurvaka pranayama. If you have done like some deeper hatha yoga classes, then actually you probably have learned these already. But as you have learned them before, you'll also know that they're taught very differently. Well, very differently is maybe an exaggeration, but they are taught differently, and that difference creates a huge power difference. Okay, what's the difference? Usually in Nadi Shuddhi pranayama, when you learn in a normal meditation class, in a Raja Yoga class, they will inhale like count of 4, hold for 4, exhale for 4, or inhale 4, hold 4, exhale 8, or inhale 4, hold 8, exhale 8, or whatever, and or slowly do more, 8, 8, 8, 8, whatever, 16, 16, 32, like they slowly go higher. Okay. But they count. They'll say 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Obviously, we don't count. We say Om, 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 Om. We chant Om. Okay. Now, I don't know if there's other Atmakriya teachers have had this, but there's been a few times where like, great hatha yoga teachers. I don't know why this means great, but it's great. They've come and learned Atmakriya yoga, and they're like, "Oh, Nadi Shuddhi, yes, I teach this also. Can we just skip it?" And I say, "I am very sorry, but I cannot. Okay, I have to teach it, but don't worry. I know you'll get it very fast. We'll breeze through it because I have to." And they say, "Oh, yes, of course. I will allow you to teach it again." And I say, "Thank you very much. You are very great. Hari bol." And then seriously, every single person that has said something along that, I'm exaggerating, but every single one, this is not an exaggeration. When they finish their first round of Nadi Shuddhi pranayama, the way Mahavatar has taught it in Atmakriya yoga, every single one has went like this. Whoa, that is so powerful. That is not an exaggeration. Every single one. Because it seems very, very similar. Like, oh, let's just count 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Right? And let's exhale 32. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, right? There is a huge power difference between counting 16 and chanting 16 ohms. And I think I'm certain that we've all just experienced it, right? We're chanting Om, and it's really nice, right? It's powerful, it's beautiful, it's clearly divine energy. But imagine we were sitting there and we're like, okay, let's chant to 16. 1, 2. Like, I mean, honestly, it's not the same, right? It's not the same at all. And so doing our pranayamas with Om brings it to a whole nother level of power, a whole nother level of purification, a whole nother level of grace. Pranayamas in Atmakriya Yoga are founded on Archana Bhakti. Archana literally means rice offering. In general, it means ritual. So puja, abhishekam, yagna, liturgy, whatever. These external ritual has a purpose. In this external ritual, it's a trick. When we do puja to our murti, of course, the murti is outside, right? Right? There they are. But are they only there? Is Tulsi only there? Is Parniti Narasimha only there? No. He is inside of everyone's heart. And so when you're doing puja, when Swami Keshava is doing puja to Bhaktivedanta Narasimha, no, Buddhipateshwar, Bhaktivedanta Narasimha, Buddhipateshwar Narasimha, of course, Narasimha is inside the Murti, but he's also in the heart of Swami Keshava. So when you're doing puja to your Murti, your Krishna, your Durga, they are also inside of your heart. That's why, as you know, if you do puja, if you don't, I highly recommend you do. We do meditation before, dhyanam, right? Om Shri Krishnaya Namaha Dhyayami. Om Shri Swami Vishnundaya Namaha Dhyayami. And what is that meditation? That meditation is where we first visualize the Murti inside of our heart. We feel them there. We remind ourselves that the Murti is not just outside. God is not just outside. God is inside first. Then we keep him in our heart and we visualize him come from Vaikunta down into the Murti. And so now we see him in the Murti and in our heart. That's the purpose of puja. That's the purpose of Archana Bhakti. It's a trick. The mind by nature is externally oriented by nature. That's normal. And so we can't just grab a random person on the street and go, hey, God's inside of you, focus on God inside of you. But we also know that amongst ourselves, isn't it? When our mind is going crazy, we can't just go, like we're totally stressed and then we go, oh God, I love you so much, right? No, like we know we can't do that because the mind is so active. It's on the outside, isn't it? And so we do our puja, we do Archana Bhakti, and it's a trick. God is tricking us because our mind is externally oriented. He says, it's okay. Focus on me on the outside. And while you are worshiping me on the outside, because your mind is on me, I will awaken inside of you. You see how that works? So that's the wonderful beauty of Archana Bhakti. Is it puja or abhishekam or yagna? Even though we are offering this ghee, this rice into the fire, like Om Shri Vitala Giridhari Padmanabhane Namaha Swaha, Shri Vitala Giridhari Padmanabhane Namaha Swaha, Om Shri Swami Vishnaya Namaha Swaha. Even though we are worshiping God on the outside, what is happening? We are awakening God inside. That's why prayers are amazing. They're so awesome. Like I have to say that one of the best parts about being a monk is that I get to, all of my extra time, I get to pray. I love it. It's awesome. I get to do the thing that I find so fun. I can just be like, you know what? Like Nish Kaladasananda, he's here with me. And I was like, bro, let's just do yagna. Okay. Why? Because it's Tuesday. Because I'm bored. Let's go pray. Like prayer is amazing. Okay. This is what's wonderful about yagnas. So what's wonderful about Abhishekam and puja is that, and I say wonderful, I don't mean it in a materialistical way, in a mundane way. I mean, in a divine way. We all know that. If you've ever been to a yagna or an abhishekam, you walk into the temple at Sri Pitanalaya, you know there's a different energy there, isn't it? Because all of this external prayer, why do we feel it? Why do we feel this energy? Because that divine energy outside of us is actually inside of us. And so that's why we become happy. That's why we feel sattvic. We feel this high energy. And that is what's happening in pranayama. Pranayama, it's a trick. What it's doing is it's utilizing external prana. Prana means, of course, the energy of the universe. There's the pancha prana, the 5 pranas. And when we do our pranayama, we are utilizing this external prana to purify our internal prana, our internal energy, so that we can connect with God inside. So it's a trick. We're using the external energy to purify our internal energy. Okay? And isn't it, after we do pranayama, we feel good, isn't it? This is the beautiful trick of pranayama. Now, I'm going to say something I shouldn't say. I'm going to say it anyways. I have to admit, out of all of the techniques of Atmakriya yoga, the pranayamas are my least favorite. I'm going to be honest. But you all know me. I love japa so much. So, Jagadev. But that doesn't mean I don't practice. And it doesn't mean that I don't appreciate them. And it doesn't mean that I don't, I don't recognize how amazing they are. I mean, okay, fine. It's not my favorite, but Jagadev. So now, Nadi Shuddhi Pranayama. What does Nadi Shuddhi mean? Nadi, of course, is the energetic pathways in your body. They are like subways, or the underground, if you're in London, where there are these tubes of energy that flow inside of you and outside of you also. And depending on how spiritual you are, you have more nadis. A person can have up to 350 million nadis. Now, is that something to really focus on? Not really. But, for sure, we know that. Like there are some people in our life, maybe you have some coworkers where like you just recognize they don't have much energy. You know what I mean? Like they just seem low energy. Of course, because when we receive more energy, we become more spiritual. We are receiving more energy from the universe. And when we have more energy, we need more nadis, obviously, right? Does that make sense? And as more nadis are being created, more chakras are being created. Chakras are roundabouts, yeah? When you're driving down the street and you got to like do a circle and shoot out another way. That's what chakras are. They are vortexes of energy. They receive energy from nadis and then they shoot energy into other nadis, okay? And so, of course, we have millions of nadis too. Millions of chakras too. Do we need to worry about it? Not really. There are the 7 main chakras, of course. You know what they are. But there's also secondary chakras, which we do utilize some of these secondary chakras in Trinity meditation, right? The eyes, nose, mouth, ears, chest, palms of the hands, and the feet. These all are secondary chakras, okay? There's also chakra here at the tip of your nose. I mean, there's chakras everywhere, okay? We don't really need to worry about it because that's not our path. And if someone like, I'd say myself, before I came to Guruji, of course, I was very much into Raja Yoga, where all of this knowledge was so important. Like it was so important. Like you can't have chocolate because if you have chocolate, you know what's going to happen? It's going to block your nadis. And then your yoga, useless. No chocolate for you. Poor Swiss people. I don't know how you'd survive. No yogis in Switzerland. But like this is like for us, that's not what we focus on. And it was hard for me to switch to do pranayama, but without a Raja Yoga perspective. And some people too, like there was this Atmakriya yogi, he was doing a different meditation. And we met in Hollywood, Florida, many years ago. And like he was a friend of a friend. And so he came at like break time. We were doing out my Kriya course, you know, just to say hi, meet. It was nice. He asked about Atma Kriya Yoga, told him a little bit about it, and he's like, "Oh, that's cool," you know. And then he left. He came back later that night and he said, "I don't know what it is, but I have such the strong feeling I need to learn." So, okay, cool. Well, I'll teach it tonight. You've been doing yoga for like 30 years. You will understand it so quickly. And it was amazing. He was like, he could really sense the power of Atmakriya Yoga even before initiation. A few days later, I was back in Sri Pitanalaya and he called me and he had a question because he was looking through the manual. And in his tradition, before Atmakriya Yoga, his guru, who is not in the body anymore, said that the third chakra, the Manipura chakra, is at the navel, at the belly button. But Guruji says it's 2 fingers above. And he said, so which is it? And I said, actually, it doesn't really matter. Your intention is enough. And he goes, no, it does matter because they're not the same place. And I'm like, okay, your chakra is bigger than 2 fingers. So if you focus above your navel or at your navel, it doesn't matter, really. Anyways, do you see your chakras? No. And I said, well, then how do you know? Like, it doesn't really matter. The Babaji will take care of it. It's fine. And this answer of it doesn't really matter made him so angry. And he started screaming and yelling at me. And he said, I don't know why I came to learn Atmakriya Yoga. I think it was Maya. This has taught me that I just need to focus on my own path. I should never learn Atmakriya Yoga. Never call me again. Wow. Like the extreme response of just, it doesn't really matter. It's just 2 fingers. Who cares? That was pretty intense, right? But I understand when it was ingrained in him so much that pranayama is, or yoga is very so scientific. And it is, until we have grace. And with Nadi Shuddhi pranayama, it's the grace which is purifying the nadis. Okay, it's the grace which is purifying the chakras. And the grace in Nadi Shuddhi pranayama far exceeds whatever benefits might be said in Nadi Shuddhi pranayama. Does that make sense, everybody? This should not be news to you if you're an Atmakriya yogi, like if you've come to immersions before. I mean, like how many times I just constantly harp on this, that Atmakriya Yoga is grace. It's grace. It's grace. It's love. It's bhakti. It's grace. Okay. Cool. So every moment of every day, we are receiving pure energy from God. and it comes through our Sushumna Nadi into our crown chakra. Okay. Then it goes to our medulla oblongata back here. And then from there, it slows down to our level of vibration. Okay. And from there, it goes to all of the other main 7 chakras. And then from there, the secondary chakras, and then there to our physical body. Okay. But Guruji, of course, he receives all of that pure energy without any reduction of energy, obviously. Why? Because he's an avatar, because he's a saint, and he has no ego. So it's really our mind, our ego, which reduces the energy. When we do pranayama, we are, of course, purifying our nadis. Nadi shuddhi means literally nadi cleaner. It cleans the nadis. Nish Kaladas, can you, under the sink, there's that little the thingy there under the sink, you know, the thingy that is so not distractive. You know, the long one there on the door. This one. Yeah, the other one. Nice. I don't know what you call this. Cleaner thing. Yeah, exactly. Cool. Thanks. This. You see that? We use that to we use this to clean like things, right? That's nadi shuddhi. Okay, you're cleaning your nadis, right? That's nadi shuddhi pranayama. Okay, thanks. I'm going to stop doing nadi shuddhi now. Why? Nadi shuddhi is amazing. Okay. Oh, it's a joke. Okay. I was like, oh shoot, did I just say something wrong? Okay. Okay. And of course, as they are cleaned, what happens? Our karma is cleaned. Our karma is going out, right? Being burnt. Which means also our mind is becoming purified. Our ego is becoming purified. Our ego is becoming less, which means in turn, we receive more energy from God, from the universe, which helps us to clean even more. You see how it goes like that? And so why we should do our pranayamas before main kriya is because it helps to clean the negative thoughts, the negative energy that we have inside of us, so that when we go to main kriya, we can receive the most out of the energy, the grace in main kriya. Okay? Does that make sense? Cool. The reason we chant Om is because Om is God. Om is the divine. We are imbuing our energetic body with God's grace, with Guru's grace. And that's why it's so powerful. Of course, Nadi Shuddhi is also connected to the Divine Mother and Ganesha, because the Divine Mother, the number of the Divine Mother is 16, or one of her numbers is 16. And so, of course, the number 16 has certain energy connected to the Divine Mother. However, 16 ohms is the Divine Mother. You called it. Good job. 32 is the number of Ganesha. And so when we are doing Nadi Shuddha Pranayama, we're receiving the grace, the blessings of the Divine Mother. She's bringing positivity into us. And Ganesha is coming and removing the obstacles. I mean, it also makes sense, right? We inhale positivity, her grace, and we're exhaling the negativity through Ganesha's grace. You see? Which is amazing. I mean, honestly, like to think that in our pranayama, Ganesha himself is coming to help us. He's literally coming to help us on our spiritual path. That's amazing. And of course, that happens only by the grace of the Guru. There's also the physical reason of 16 and 32. And the physical reason is because we're exhaling twice as long, give or take, to the 16 ohms. And normally in modern life, we inhale long, exhale short. So we go. Okay. And that happens when we are, when we're stressed, when we are in the fight or flight, when we have adrenaline. And this is not good. I mean, it's good if a tiger jumps out to eat you. Yes, you should not. If a tiger jumps at you, don't go. Okay, run. Okay, okay. No, technically, actually, you shouldn't run. You should face the tiger because they'll only attack you if you look away. Actually, so whatever. But you understand, because if we inhale short, or sorry, inhale long, exhale short, it creates adrenaline, which makes us stressed and gives us extra energy, quick energy to run away or fight. But what's amazing is in our modern life, I mean, how many of you have been attacked by a tiger? Okay, I hope none of you. I can say, I don't even know if I've ever seen a tiger in real life, actually. So, but my physical body still reacts to this world as if I could die any day. So if we walk in the store and someone, hits us maybe on accident, hopefully on accident, our body still goes, whoa, and wants to fight, isn't it? But are we in danger? No. And what happens is the modern society, the modern world keeps us in the state of fight or flight, keeps us in a state of fear. This is biological, okay? This is not like, I'm not talking about some conspiracy theories or something. It's biological. And what happens is that slowly kills us, and that's not good. It turns to poison, actually. The adrenaline turns to cortisol. It's a whole thing. But when we retrain ourselves to breathe correctly, where we inhale short, exhale long, okay? What happens is we start to actually produce different hormones that relax us, that bring us out of fear. Because where there's lots of fear, where can there be love? We can't. If there's lots of fear, how can we feel God? If there's lots of fear, how can we feel Guruji? If there's lots of fear, how can we be realized? We can't. And so pranayamas help actually retrain our body, retrain our mind to be in a peaceful state. On top of that, they also help invigorate our third eye, obviously. Okay. And we're going to practice Nadi Shuddhi, don't worry. And we're going to practice it in, oh my God, I don't think we're going to get to the asanas. Whatever. Whatever. It helps invigorate the third eye, which of course in the brain is the prefrontal lobes. Now there was a study, I believe it happened in the University of Wisconsin, Madison. They studied different people and their response to fear. People who have never meditated, some people who have meditated a little bit, some people have meditated for 5 or 10 years, some people have meditated longer, and even one Buddhist monk who is very, very old, who's been meditating every day for many, many, many years. And they found with each step of people the longer people meditate, their prefrontal lobes are stronger. They're more invigorated. They're actually literally bigger. And their response to fear is completely different. It actually is less. So when what they would do is they would have people do math, simple math. And then the scientists, they had a button and it would go bing. And of course, like it was shocking. The people didn't know it was going to happen. And the people who had never meditated before stayed in a place of like anxiety after the buzzer happened for quite a long time. They couldn't just like get back to their math, even though they were completely fine. There was nothing to be afraid of. And with each step, as people meditated longer, the state of fear became less until the Buddhist monk. And the Buddhist monk, actually, when it happened to him, he just sort of looked around like, oh, okay. And he went right back to the math with almost no response because he was just not full of any fear. They also noticed, I mean, all these people, they had never met a monk before. All of you have met many monks and nuns, I'm sure. But amazing, bro. Bro, that's such an American thing. You know, side note, in America now, even like two women will call each other bros. They're like, hey, bro. It's a bit funny. Anyways. What was I saying before bros? Buddhist monk. Yeah, they had never met a monk before, and they always thought like monks were going to be like very boring, very serious people. But actually, many of the scientists said that he was the funniest guy they had ever met because he was always just happy. Happy with what? Full of love. He was happy with life. And this is what happens, of course, and when we do all of Atma Kriya Yoga, right? Trinity meditation, we focus here. Pranayamas, we focus here. Main Kriya, we focus here. We're invigorating the prefrontal lobes to reduce our fear, to reduce the ego, so that we can be full of love. The pranayamas are amazing. Nadashuddhi pranayama is amazing. Cool. So how to practice? Do we need a break? No, we don't need a break. Honestly, I realized, like usually, actually, I'm so nice. You know, you go with, like with Guruji's Narada Bhakti Sutras, there's no breaks. 6 hours, 9 hours, no breaks. Swami Revati, when he teaches, there's no breaks. Maybe one break, maybe. Anyways. So, how to practice. Boom. With our right hand, we do our, it's called the Vishnu Mudra. Okay. And this helps us to stay grounded. Technically speaking, we can also do Nadi Shuddhi like this. Okay. Sorry. Technically, we can also do it like this, technically. But better is like this. Okay. And if you have done, how do you say, pranayama in another tradition, they might teach you to do it like this, actually. Right? We don't do that because it's quite advanced, one, and it's useless. Like there's no reason to really have it because all of the benefit that can happen like this can happen like this. But this, we have to be very focused when we do pranayama like this because we're putting extra energy on our third eye. But we have God's grace, Guruji's grace. We don't need to do it. So we put our fingers down. Okay. And as you know, we will close first our right nostril and we'll inhale through the left, chanting 16 ohms. Then we hold for whatever is comfortable. Now, this is very important. Whatever is comfortable. For some people, it's a half a second. Some people, it's a little bit longer. Jagur Dev. Then we exhale with removing the thumb, 32 ohms. Then we inhale 16, pause, exhale, 32. That's one round. We can do that up to 16 times twice a day. Minimum recommendation, of course, is 5 rounds. 5, why? Because 5 is the number of Shiva. Shiva is fire and, the purification process. The reason we don't hold our breath, because like I was explaining before, in other traditions, they will hold for a certain amount of time. That's called kumbhaka. Kumbhaka means holding of breath, and it makes sense. The purpose is it trains the body to not be afraid of not breathing, because our body, of course, has a habit of I need to breathe to stay alive. But what happens when we start to get lots of energy, our mind becomes quiet, our breathing reduces. And so they're training the body to not be afraid to breathe. So they can sit in a seemingly breathless state for a longer time. Okay, they breathe more slowly. So that seems pretty awesome, right? But why don't we do it? We don't do it because it's not necessary. Because we have bhakti. Because by the grace of Mahavatar, by the Shaktipat, by Guruji's grace, the Divine Mother's grace, when we do our Atmakriya, we do Nadi Shuddhi Pranayama, it awakens bhakti. And bhakti means one-pointedness. The mind becomes very silent, and we have one-pointed devotion, one-pointed focus on our devata, on our guru. And that's because the heart is there, the love is there. When we're really in love with someone or something, our mind is always focused on them. And so love makes that one-pointedness effortlessly. It's actually a byproduct. And so when the mind is focused and there's no other thoughts, the breathless state is automatic. The breathless state is a byproduct of bhakti. That's why we don't do kumbhaka, because it's useless for us. Because the breathless state will happen automatically. We don't need to train ourselves for it. Cool, huh? Nice. Are you ready to practice a little bit? Are you learning anything new? Yeah? Wow, cool. Okay. Okay. So, sorry, there's one question there. Okay. Maybe for 2 rounds, we will do it together. I'll chant for you, okay? This is just to remind you, maybe some of you don't practice so much. So it's fine. We'll do it together. But I understand that me chanting and your breathing for sure will not be the same. Okay, of course. Your breathing and my breathing probably will be different, and that's okay. Okay, it doesn't have to be long. You have to do what is comfortable. Okay, don't stress yourself. That's amazing, right? In bhakti, it's not about stressing ourselves, because stress comes from the mind. It's not from the heart. Okay. All right. So we're going to do 2 rounds just to remind us how to practice. But then after that, we will do a few rounds just by ourselves. Okay. Nice. All right. Take a deep breath. Put your fingers down. Nice. We can close our left. I get my lefts and rights always mixed up. Left. Inhale 16 ohms. Om 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 om. Plug. Exhale 32. Om 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 om. Inhale 16. Om 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 om. Switch. Exhale 32. Om 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 om. Are you still alive? Yeah. Good. When Guruji first taught main kriya, he was like, inhale Om through your third eye, go down to your first chakra. Om. Chant 12 Ohms. Om. Om. I'm serious. And I'm like, I was freaking out. I was freaking out. And then I was just like, I just stopped and I was just breathing normally. I was like, Guruji, this is impossible. Okay. Any questions on how to do Nadi Shuddhi Pranayama? No? Okay, wait. Maybe something pops up. I mean, you all remember, right? It's pretty easy, right? Cool. Okay. All right. Nice. All right. So please do 5 rounds normally. Just do 5 rounds like you normally do. And of course, I'll be able to see when you're finished because your hand will be down. And then after that, we're gonna like sort of go a little bit deeper. Okay, we're gonna give a couple tips that Guruji has given over the years of how we can go deeper into our Nadi Shuddhi. Okay, good. All right, so please practice 5 rounds like you normally do. Awesome. Jay Gurudev. Okay. If you're not finished, it's okay. Yeah, you can keep going. So when we do Nadi Shuddhi, the starting place, sorry, I don't understand your question. When we do Nadi Shuddhi Pranayama, usually it's easier to focus at the entrance and the exit of our nostrils. So we somehow chant there. Okay. However, which is good, it's fine. It's totally fine. However, it is better. It helps us to go deeper into the pranayama if we chant here. Now, some of you might do this already automatically. And if you do, awesome. If not, we're going to practice like that now. So, and if you can, do try to slow down just a little bit. Not too much, just a little bit. Because this will help, it will help us to focus. And okay, that's going to be our next step. So any questions on that? So when we inhale and exhale, we're still obviously physically inhaling and exhaling through our nostrils, but we will chant here. So, right, and okay, makes sense. Cool. So some of you might already be doing that automatically, or maybe your teacher has already taught it. But if not, let's try it now. So let's do 5 more rounds at your own pace, but focus here. And maybe to help you, you can close your eyes. Take a deep breath. And take a moment just to focus at your third eye. Excellent. Now, please begin 5 rounds, chanting at your third eye. Jay Dave. Okay. Very good. If you haven't finished, it's okay. Please keep going. So how was that? Was that different? Was it more difficult? Was it nicer? Was it deeper? Hard. Okay. We got a little. Okay. Nice. Nice. Cool. It was easier. Oh, nice. Good. That's cool. So, sorry, there was a quick question of, do we have to do 5 or 16? Yeah, you can do actually even one round of Nadi Shuddhi. 5 is recommended, but you can, well, 16 is recommended actually, but 5 minimum. But you can also do 6, 7, 8, 12 pranayamas. It's fine. It's fine. It was more intense. Feels like my third eye was expanding. Very cool. Much deeper. And I realized I might have started on the wrong side. It's fine. It's, you know what, I'm gonna, this is it's actually super cute that you write that. It's nice. The cool thing about the Shaktipat, about Guruji and Babaji, is that actually, even if for many years we were doing Nadi Shuddhi wrong, actually, if we were doing it unconsciously wrong, okay, they will still step in and give us all of the benefit as if we were doing it right. And there will be no negative side effects. Isn't that amazing? Like, their mercy, it's amazing. It's always makes me melt. Can I explain again with the third eye? Okay, so basically, sorry everybody, I tell you, this was Windows 11. I don't know if you all had to upgrade to it, but ever since, like, this computer my computer doesn't work well, so sorry. Okay, what were we saying? Oh, to explain. Okay, so normally what we do is, if someone hasn't meditated much, to say focus on the third eye, like, it's a really hard thing to do. It's a bit strange. You know what I mean? If someone is not so energetically sensitive yet. And so it's normal to start our pranayama chanting and focusing here because we are physically oriented. But in time, what we can do is we can actually chant here, which is better. So when we're inhaling and exhaling, even though it's physically here and here, we can chant at the third eye. Okay, good. And that goes also for the next pranayama. You're most welcome. When I practice Nadi Shuddhi pranayama, I suffocate. I can't breathe. Everything in my body grips painfully. I didn't practice this for a long time, but then I decided, and it's not a solution, so I started practicing it again, but it's also the same. What's going on with me? Sukhapurvaka is fully okay. I love it. It's very strong, and I can breathe normally. What's going on? I don't know. But I mean, if you're having such a reaction, then don't practice. It's fine. Um, if you, I would suggest starting with 1 round a day or 1 round per practice and slowly go higher and higher and higher. My suggestion, or I mean, I would think that it's your like subconscious mind freaking out a little bit, which is normal. It's okay, because we don't normally breathe in this way. So, yeah, I wouldn't make a big deal out of it, to be honest. Okay, so Sukhapurvaka. So, oh wait, one last thing. Also, everybody, just like what we did, we focused on the bhakti in Om chanting and chanting of Om. There's such a beautiful bhakti inside. You can train yourself to bring that into your pranayama too. Because the prana you are breathing is your devata. It is the divine. It is Guruji. And the Oms is your devata. It is the divine. It is Guruji. It is Mahavatar. And so doing our Atma Kriya with a little bit of awareness, a reminder. Have we done 16 rounds yet? How many rounds have we done? 10, 11, something like that? 10. We've done 10 rounds. Okay, you know what? We're going to do 5 more. Okay. No, 6 more. Then we've hit our 16. Okay. So close your eyes. And I want you to breathe very slowly. Before you do your pranayama, breathe very slowly. And try to tell yourself that in the air you're breathing is Mahavatar Babaji, is Guruji, is the form of the divine you feel close to. And now begin your pranayama and try to keep this love in your breath. Try to keep the awareness of it. And also remind yourself that the Oms are the divine. They are love. Okay? Awesome. Okay, so if you haven't finished, it's okay. You can keep going. How was that? Was that nice? I hope it was nice. I hope it was somehow more pleasant than usual to be more connected with our the love inside the pranayama, right? Cool. Very cool. All right then. So much easier. Wow, cool. All right, should we take a break? We need to take a break. And then I fell asleep. it's normal. Okay. We're gonna take a 10-minute break, but I'm gonna drop a poll in the Telegram group and you can vote. Okay. And basically the poll is going to be do we stop after Sukrapurvaka? Or do we keep going? Of course, that's going to go after 4 then, or after it's going to go over. I would just like to keep going personally, but if you guys don't want to, then well, we could also just keep going, and if it's too late for you or you're too tired, then you'll get the recording. Yeah, we can do that too. I'll put a poll, and you can all vote. Okay. Haribol. And if we don't do the asanas now, then we would do them in the next immersion, of course. Okay, cool. Bam. See you in 10 minutes. Bye. Take your day off. All right. So, oh, wait. Nish, could you bring my phone, please? Sorry, I was there on the phone. Thank you. All right. We got 31% to say stop. And we got 69% saying keep going. So if you want to stop and you haven't voted, you better vote now. We'll keep it open for a little bit longer. All right. Cool. So Sukapurvaka Pranayama. Okay, so like what we've learned from Nadi Shuddhi about I was having some chips to it right now. I don't know if you have it in Europe, but here in America and Canada, we have these chips called Takis, and they're the ones that we get. They're so spicy. It's amazing. Oh my God. Like it's so spicy. They're really great. So if you like spicy food, maybe you can try some Takis. So all the spiritual benefits, like, you know, that Nadi Shuddhi Pranayama is Archana Bhakti. This, of course, absolutely relates to Sukapurvaka. That Om is God relates to Sukapurvaka. That the prana that we're breathing is God, is love, relates to Sukapurvaka. The difference between Nadi Shuddhi and Sukapurvaka, however, is really main in the purpose. Sukapurvaka can be practiced up to 20 rounds twice a day. And after about 6 months of regular practice, we can stop practicing because the main benefit has already happened, which is it's like an awakening of the Kundalini. Now, of course, it's not that the Kundalini is fully awoken. Clearly, it's still drowsy. Wait, you want to know what happened the other night? I'm going to tell you, it's crazy. Okay. So I was sleeping on my stomach and my left hand fell asleep. And then in my sleep, I rolled over and my left hand went on my chest. But because it was so asleep, like I didn't realize it was my hand on my chest. I just felt something heavy. And in my sleep, I thought like a rat jumped on my chest. I freaked out. I started screaming and yelling. I even hit my hand away and I was like, ah! And it was pretty crazy. Nish came running in. He's like, are you okay? And I was like, yeah. Like, I couldn't get back to sleep for a little while. It was like so freaky. Anyways, so I'm sure none of you care. None of you care, but it's fine. It's funny to me. So take your time. Thank you for letting me make stupid jokes. Well, I don't know why I said that. I really have no idea. There was a reason for it. There was a connection with Sukapurvaka. What was it? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah, because whatever. It was the sleep thing. Anyways, so after you practice Sukapurvaka for 6 months, you can stop because your Kundalini is starting to awake, but is not fully awake, right? It took me a while to finally fully wake up and realize my hand was not a giant like animal on my chest. That was the point. Anyways, so when your Kundalini is fully awoken, of course you're realized, okay? But Sukapurvaka is like gets the process going, okay? Can you practice after 6 months? Yeah, absolutely. And of course, it's still good. It's still very good, but it's not necessary. So yeah, it is obviously a clear prerequisite to main Kriya because it's the first technique that we go down the Sushumna and start working with some of the main chakras, of course. And that's the first one. Cool. So with this Sukrapuraka pranayama, we'll do this mudra with our thumb and our pinky. Okay. And we inhale 3 ohms. We plug. We focus at the third eye. Then we go down the back down to the first chakra. Chant 12 ohms. We come back to the third eye. And we exhale 6 ohms. Inhale 3, third eye, first chakra, 12 ohms. Go back, 6 ohms. Okay. Now, because we're holding our breath, obviously, in this one, there's some people who find this one more difficult than Nadi Shuddhi. And that's okay. You can reduce the amount of time that you're holding your breath by going very fast down and up. You don't have to like hold your breath and, sort of like go slowly down, Okay, I'm there. No, you can go that fast. Okay. It is, of course, better to have all of your ohms at the same rhythm. And that's also for Nadi Shuddhi pranayama too, by the way. To really chant like Om, 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 inhaling and exhaling. And of course in Sukhapurvaka, Om, 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 12 ohms, Om, 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 exhale, Om, 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 to have them all the same length, all the same rhythm. And I know we do teach that what we can chant in a melody, yeah, like, or in a rhythm, like Om, 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 right? We can do that. But that's really because Babaji and Guruji are very nice. Traditionally, the yogis do not do that. They really do just chant like Om, 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 when they're doing their pranayamas. Yeah. Yeah. Anything else? Any questions? Okay, well, yeah, just quickly, the reason is because the Kundalini has started to awake. That's why we can finish after 6 months. Nice. Okay. So, oh yeah. I want to explain what happens. Let's say if one of your nostrils is blocked. Okay, so let's say, because maybe I'm sick, maybe my left nostril is blocked. What I can do is I can breathe through my mouth, but I'm still physically acting like I'm doing pranayama through my nose. So I'll go. Does that make sense? You can just exchange your nostril, or sorry, exchange your mouth for your nostril. Okay. And if both of your nostrils are so blocked because you're super sick, you can just use your mouth for both nostrils. Okay. It's not as strong, obviously, but it's an alternative. I was taught to chant ohms much faster. Okay. We can chant the ohms at whatever pace is good for us, of course. Okay, for me, it's this fast. Om, 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 om. Okay, it's like that. That's how fast I chant, give or take. Of course, if you need to go faster, okay, fine. If you can, or your breath goes slower, it's fine. And like, it's really, that's what's beautiful about Atma Kriya Yoga, is that it's about grace. It's our you see in Raja Yoga, or what we usually think of yoga, it's do it correctly, and then this will be the result. It's, and that's why they say yoga is science, it's scientific. But Amakriya yoga isn't actually scientific because Amakriya yoga is not actually about doing it even correctly. It's just about trying. Because when we do Amakriya yoga, we are spending time with our God. We're spending time with our guru. That's it. And these are like techniques which Guruji and Babaji have given us as an excuse for us to just sit down and spend time with them energetically. So even if we do them wrong, like I often talk about one Atmakriya yogi, and I usually don't say their name, but you know what? I'm going to say their name this time. Swami Vijaya. Swami Vijaya, like many years ago, he came to me and he was like, how do I do Trinity meditation? And I was like, what? Okay. So I explained it to him. And he's like, oh, wow, that's so different. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, how do you do it? And he, Swami Vijaya, he like made the craziest Trinity meditation I've ever heard in my life. I was like, where did you come up with these ideas? And like, but okay, cool. Everything was fine. He, a couple of years later, he comes and asks again. He goes, I remember I asked you, but I totally forgot. And this time I was like, well, how do you do it? And again, he told me some crazy stuff, like upside down triangles and backwards and like visualizing like yourself standing in front of you. It was all weird. And my answer was perfect. Of course, it was completely wrong, but we all know Swami Vijay, how much love he has for God and Guruji. Like oh my God, I have so much love and respect for him. It doesn't matter that he just tries is enough. That's enough. You know what I mean? Please don't misunderstand. I'm not saying do Atmakriya wrong. You all know how to do it properly. But if we do it incorrectly, accidentally, like Swami Vijay, it doesn't matter. Like the grace is there. Okay. So if you do it, the chant Om long or slow or whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay. Good. Sometimes when I go down the back, I can't go straight up. It's with a zigzag. But after a few laps, I like that. Laps. I've never heard that before. A few laps. That's super cool. It starts to straighten. Yeah, don't worry about it. This is just the mind finding it difficult to concentrate. It's really not a thing. Because the truth is even though we're going down the back and up the front, that's not actually where the energy is going. The energy is going in the Sushumna Nadi. But have you seen your Sushumna Nadi? I hope so. I haven't. And so I can't direct my energy, inside my Sushumna Nadi. I definitely cannot direct my prana into the Brahman Nadi. But the grace is there. Babaji knows how to do it, obviously. So does Guruji. So does the Divine Mother. And so by just practicing my intention of doing Sukhapurvaka or main Kriya, they will direct the prana where it's supposed to be, even if my mind is going crazy. Okay. And I really like, if you've been to the other immersions, I'm always talking about this because, and this is one Atmakriya teacher, many years ago, we were traveling together and we went to their country. And when we left after like the retreat we did, the first thing they said, we got on the train together, they looked at me and they said, you will never come back to my country and you will never teach my yogis again. And I was like, whoa, why? And they're like, you make them lazy. because I'm always talking about, God's grace. It's all good, just practice, Jai Gurudev, God loves you, whatever. But please don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to say be lazy, and I'm not trying to say don't practice. I'm trying to say focus on God's love. Focus on Babaji's love. Focus on Guruji's love for you, that they do all of this hard work for us. And so because they work so hard for us, we should say, hey, okay, I'm going to do my little part and go. Okay, good. All right. I hope you don't get lazy after like listening to the immersions. No, good. All right, let's practice Sukhapurvaka. Okay. So let's practice. Well, I'm going to do one round with you. Okay. Just to remind you, just in case. Okay. And then we'll practice some together, or together. You know what I mean? So place your right hand like this. Very good. Close your left nostril. No, right. See, I get them wrong. With your thumb, just close your nostril. Good. Inhale, chanting 3 ohms. Om, om, om. Plug. Focus at the third eye. Go down to the first chakra. Chant 12 ohms. Om, 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 om. Go up to your third eye. Release your thumb. Exhale 6. Om, 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 om. Inhale 3. Om, om, om. Third eye, first chakra, 12 ohms. Om, 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 om. Third eye, release, 6 ohms. Om, 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 om. Good. Any questions? Cool. So what you learned in Nadi Shuddhi about focusing on the third eye while you inhale, while you chant, you can do that here. Focus on the prana, focus on the energy, that this energy is God, it is love, and that the ohms are love too. Okay? Cool. So do 5 rounds, and then we will practice a little bit more. Okay? So just do 5 rounds for now. Excellent. I keep moving away so that if you do look, you can see Tulsi Narsim. I suppose you'd rather look at them than me. I would rather look at them than me. I don't know. Maybe I'm projecting. Okay. The best way to not get too lazy to practice is to know that we have a meeting with Guruji Mamta Babaji, and that can be 2 times a day. Yeah, that's really, really nice. So, was your Sukha Purvaka a little bit different? Deeper? Nicer? Awesome. I will take your silence and your blank stares as yes. That was amazing, Swami Tulsidas. Like incredible. Like the best Sukha Purvaka practice I've ever had in my life. Obviously, I can see it on your blank stares. Okay. Thank you, Madhavadas. All right. So now, do you have any questions? Pretty straightforward because everything really about Nadi Shuddhi is also there about Sukha Purvaka. Sukha Purvaka means, we didn't say it, means to give happiness to yourself. And of course, Sukha Purvaka brings happiness because happiness is an internal experience. It's a transcendental experience. It's not pleasure, like having a great cup of hot chocolate. That's pleasure. That's not happiness. Happiness is inside. And when our Kundalini, our consciousness is awakening, it's moving into our heart chakra, of course, we automatically are happy. So to practice Sukha Purvaka brings us happiness. Cool. Okay, so any questions about Sukha Purvaka? Nice. Cool. I would like you to practice 5 more. Okay. But try again to do it just a little bit more slowly. Not too much, just a little bit. Okay. And I'll answer your questions afterwards. Nice. Awesome. How you guys doing? Are you sure you still want to keep going? Are you sure? Yes. All right. Okay, so there's some really good questions here. So first we'll go to Hari Kamina Dasi's. It's a bit difficult for me to focus in the third eye while chanting 12 ohms in the base chakra. Okay, so actually what she brought up is also you can actually see is that there's two ways to do the kriya. There is the way which is more advanced, is where we stay. It's like we stay focused here while we also go down and we chant the ohms in the chakras. So here, Supapurvaka, okay, it's just first chakra, main kriya, it's all the chakras. That is actually the most advanced way. That is often quite difficult. And so what we can do is we can sort of leave the first chakra and go down. Yeah, so don't worry about it, Hari Kaminadasi. You receive the same benefit, so don't worry about it. Okay, so a couple of questions about like if we don't practice 20 rounds twice a day, does it still make sense to practice? Yeah, there's always a benefit. Even one round a day is still beneficial. Why? Because there's grace. So, and then the next question is, does Kundalini awaken even if we don't do it every day for 6 months, but 1 year every second day, for example? Or it has to be 6 months every day strictly? Now, this is a really great question because it highlights, again, the scientific reasoning, the scientific mind trying to understand God's grace, Guruji's grace. And it's exactly that type of thinking that a lot of people like started to misunderstand Om chanting. But in general, please, I'm not picking on you. Please be clear, because I also had such thinking. It took me a long time, but the way a bhakta thinks is not like that type of thinking. Because we can't really measure it. It's about 6 months. And why do we say about 6 months? Because Guruji said, we do our practices because we love God. And when there's love, even one Om Namo Narayanaya, even one Sri Vitala Giridhari Parabrahmane Namaha can give us realization. We do all of our kriya. We do so many rounds of main kriya so that we can grow in love until that moment where para bhakti can awaken, that supreme bhakti, that supreme love can be there. So the awakening of Kundalini isn't a scientific thing. It is by God's grace. Kundalini can awaken. Also, by the way, it also depends on your past lives, Some people have been saints in past lives. And so their Kundalini, one pranayama, boom, finished. You know what I mean? Like, it's not measurable like that. It is about grace. And so the beautiful thing about bhakti is when we love someone, we stop thinking about ourselves. What does that mean in relation with the Kundalini and how much we should practice? Actually, when we're just doing our kriya because I love you, Guruji, I love you, Tulsi, I love you, Narsimha, then there's no thought about how much karma am I burning, or is my Kundalini awoken or not, or whatever. Like, it's not there. We just do it because we love. And then automatically, because our mind is on them, so much more can happen. And so much more can happen like that. Okay? Atma Kriya Yoga is, I know it's a bit strange. Like, in bhakti, we gain this knowledge about what is happening in the kriya, for example. We gain this knowledge, but we should also let go of the knowledge. We gain the knowledge because it gives us a bit of inspiration. It's good. as long as we have a mind, it helps our mind to somehow understand what's happening, to give us inspiration, to give us a push to do our Kriya. But there's a time to also let go of it and to go, I just do it because I love you, God. Finished. Like, I just love you, man. So, okay. Like, I'm really happy you asked that question, genuinely. And please don't misunderstand. I'm not picking on you at all. It was like, it's a really great question because it highlights the very, like, it's a whole nother step. It's a completely different way of looking at life, actually. Okay. Nice. Can we do some normal breathings between the rounds? Yes, absolutely you can. Of course, is it better not to? Yeah, it is better not to, but you totally can. Do not worry about it. In this pranayama, do the numbers of the counts, are they also related to any deity? Not really. They are, 3 is, as you know, in Trinity meditation, same meaning of Trinity meditation. 12 is a complete divine number because 1 is unity, 12 is duality, but 1 and 2 together is the fullness of creation. 1 plus 2 equals 3, the Trinity again, Trinity, in the triangle, 1 unity, 2, you see it like loops in on itself. Okay. That's why like Jesus had 12 disciples. It's a complete number. That's it. I get tired when I do pranayamas because I always arrive that I miss the breath in exhalation phase. I get tired when I do pranayama because I always arrive that I miss the breath in the exhalation phase. I'm sorry, I don't understand. I apologize. All right. So we're going to look at that poll quick while you rewrite your question. Are you sure, everybody? Let's see here. Immersion. Okay. All right, everybody. Only 65 people have voted. So 66% say keep going, 34% say stop. So if you want to stop, you got like 2 minutes. Okay. Okay. Trying to be fair here. Cool. Any other questions? Don't worry. All of you, of course, will receive the recording if we go on. I look like a blueberry, huh? It's a weird camera. Okay. All right. Well, it's still 38%. Oh, it's climbing. It's climbing. You still have like 30% to go, but I'm just waiting. Blueberries are sweet and delicious. They can also be sour and terrible. More like a raspberry. That's funny. You're all so lovely. Sometimes I feel tension when I'm doing pranayama. The poll is in the Telegram group. This is just your everyone will receive the recording. Sorry. Yes, okay, I will speak about karma, I swear. Chakradas, nice name, by the way. Yes, it is normal to feel a bit of tension, and this is because you are forcing your breath to be in a way that's not normal. That's not how you normally breathe. But with practice, don't worry, it will go away. All right. Okay. We're at 38% versus 62%. Howdy Bull Jager Dave. So we will go on. So I'm sorry if it's very late for you. I know like in Mauritius, it's like already like midnight or something or past midnight. So I'm sorry, but you will receive the recording. Okay. All right, then. Should we take a break? And then we can come back fresh. You can drink your coffee. Nice. I see some of you already have your coffee. Okay, we'll see you in 10 minutes. Okay, bye. Asanas. Okay. So, wow, it's really weird. Okay, so the asanas. Asana, of course, means posture. And there are obviously, I mean, we all know it, there are so many different types of asanas. I went through a hatha yoga teacher training when I was 18. Clearly, I don't practice. But Jigger but I tell you one thing I didn't ever learn until I learned Amakriya Yoga was that we can be initiated into asanas. I thought asanas were a physical thing and we don't need initiation. I mean, that is technically true. We don't need initiation, but to receive the full spiritual benefit of the asana, we do need the initiation, okay? And Mahavatar Babaji and Guruji, they've chosen these 5 asanas because they are 5 asanas which do create a complete, they help us they're very important to our physical and spiritual health, okay? So strangely enough, though, our first asana, swastikasana, is a lot like a pranayama, okay? Now, to do swastikasana, you might need to like change the camera a little bit. We take our foot, okay, the bottom of our foot, and we'll place it here in our thigh, okay? You all see that? Then we take our hands and we'll Jnana Mudra, and we put our hands down here like this. So this is technically Ardha Swastikasana, which means like half Swastikasana. But by Guruji's grace, Babaji's grace, we can practice just like this. Now, oh, can a lot of people ask, can we meditate in this posture? Yeah, absolutely. Don't worry about it. If you want to meditate like this, it's very comfortable for you, please do it. So we put our hands down like this in Jnana Mudra. Oh, wait, sorry. If you cannot do this because you aren't like your legs or your hips don't allow you to, it's okay, because Babaji and Guruji are amazing. You can just do easy cross-legged and we will do the breathing together. If this is not possible, because of whatever reason, you have to sit in a chair to do your Kriya, it's fine. You can do swastikasana also in a chair, okay? So swasti or swastika means blessing, okay? So this is means blessing. So to do it, we put our hands in Jnana Mudra, and we're going to inhale with the sound of ah, and exhale. Okay. So to do it, when we inhale it's like our throat goes it's like bigger, and it should feel like cold and dry at the back of our throat. And when we exhale, it's like our throat gets squished. It's much easier to do if we sort of pull our lips back, but it's not a sound that really comes from the mouth. It is a sound that comes from the throat. Okay, cool. So we're going to do one round, and then we're going to add some extra things that we don't always talk about in the first Kriya course. Okay, cool. So Jnana Mudra, sing properly. Focus at your first chakra. Inhale, feeling energy come up to the third eye. Exhale, feeling energy come down to your first chakra. Okay. There you go. That's Swastikasana. Okay. What we can do, very easy, right? It is a very powerful asana. Like, even if you don't do the other 4 asanas, we can do this anytime we meditate, right? We can do up to 5 breaths. It's very easy, very fast. I highly recommend it because of the spiritual benefit. We'll get to that a little bit later. Okay. Now, what we can do, if to really do Swastikasana, we want to become aware of all of our chakras at the same time. And then when we do Swastikasana, we feel the energy coming up through all of the chakras. Okay? Up and down through all of the chakras. This is something we tend not to teach. So close your eyes. And before we practice, focus on your first chakra. Now your second chakra. Now your third chakra. Now your fourth chakra. Now your fifth chakra. Now your sixth chakra, your third eye. Now, become aware of all of them at the same time. Inhale, ah. Bringing the energy up through all of your chakras to your third eye. Exhale, E. Bringing the warm energy down through all of your chakras to your first chakra. Inhale, ah. Coming up through all of your chakras, your third eye. Exhale, E. Coming down to your first chakra. One more. Good. Exhale, E. Very good. Take a deep breath. Oh. It's amazing, right? Like, really amazing. So, how was that, everybody? How was that? Good night, everybody. Good night. Good night. If you're leaving, good night. Awesome. Strong, beautiful, amazing, nice, 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 nice. Okay, cool. So, super strong, nice, very good. Okay, so the spiritual purpose of Swastikasana is to help us to become aware of our subtle breath, our breath beneath the breath, the silence which creates all things. And so when we practice in this way, I'm certain you could probably start to feel it, right? It is really powerful. The spiritual benefit of swastikasana is amazing. And I highly recommend it for your sake to practice every day. It's just 5 breaths. And we've only done 4. Actually, we have 1 more to do. So before we do the last one, though, we're going to try to train to do these sounds, but with the nose, okay? Because technically, these sounds come from our throat, not our mouth. So of course, they don't sound, if we keep our mouth shut, it doesn't sound like ah-e, but the physical movement of the throat is the same. And it technically is stronger. Why? Because it's going through the nose. Okay. So let's just do some breathing with ah and the e. You can take your hands, okay? And sort of like as you inhale, sort of do this. And then as you exhale, okay, very good. This, you don't have to do this. No, this was just to help to like remind us, how do we make the sound? It's not in the mouth, it is in the throat. Okay. So now inhale and try to do the same thing, but with your mouth shut. Okay. So inhale, exhale. You can keep practicing while I speak. If you notice, you're still making physical noise. It's still, there's a physical noise, but it's coming from here. Yeah, it's not coming from your mouth. So of course it's a little bit quieter. Good. I see my head is only half. Hello. Okay, it's fine. So you ready to practice 1 round without breathing? Yeah, nice, excellent. Okay, so again, before we begin, you can slowly focus on each of your chakras. Well, sort of slowly. And then become aware of all of your chakras. And now inhale with your mouth shut. The sound of ah, coming up, bringing the energy up all through all of your chakras to your 3rd eye. Exhale E with your mouth shut, bringing the energy down to your 1st chakra. Cool. How is that? Nice. Okay, so now we're going to jump to Kurmasana. Okay. So you might have to like adjust the camera. Okay. So as you know, to do Kurmasana, we're going to take our right big toe over our left big toe. All right. Where you can. It's fine. Let's see mine. Yeah. And you're going to sit back like this. Okay. I might not. It's fine. If you have to move off of your camera, it's okay, obviously. Okay, good. So, and then you're gonna sit back and you want your legs to be as close together as possible, okay? They're not like this. They're not apart. They're as close together as possible. Okay. Then you're gonna take your hand and you're gonna put your thumbs inside of your fingers. This is a forgiveness mudra, actually. I can talk about that later. And you can put your arms together and put your elbow into your navel or as close as you can. If you're fat like me, it's fine. Just as close as you can. Okay, good. Then you're gonna come down, okay? And here is the most important part. When you come down, before you look forward, you want to relax your body. Really relax and then look up. This is what a lot of people, they don't do. They go like this. But that's not Kurmasana. You want to come down, all the way down and relax, okay? Ouch. Also, don't do it on a hard floor like this. It hurts. Okay, here we go. That's better. Come down and relax. And then look forward, okay? Please try to practice. Okay, so put your thumbs inside, come down, relax, especially relax your hips, relax your shoulders, relax your head, and then just look forward. Okay, yeah, sorry, keep going, practice. You can go down. I'm speaking forward so you can hear me. So go down and lift your head up and stay in that position, okay? You can look forward and look at your third eye and do your japa. Okay, you can relax your head. Very good. And now you can come back. You can sit up. Okay, so I know Kurmasana is not something that a lot of people do, but I want to sort of give you some reasons to do it because Kurmasana is pretty amazing, okay? Of course, in the beginning, it doesn't feel so comfortable. Like it's a very strange position. We're putting our elbows into our stomach. It's hard to breathe. Our neck hurts. It's like, I know in the beginning, it is very strange. But you see, Kurmasana is like child's pose, okay? Where it creates a shield around you. Kurma means turtle, right? Kurmavatar, turtle. And the turtle has a shell. And so when you do Kurmasana, it puts like an energetic barrier around you. So it puts you into your own energy, which means it's a great asana to do your japa in, actually. Because when you do Kurmasana, or do japa in Kurmasana, you are not fighting external energies. You're just going inside. Okay? Cool. Also, when you do this, when you put your thumbs inside, this is a forgiveness mudra. And so it helps us to let go of the difficulties of the day, the things that we're holding on to. So like at the end of the day, when we come home from work and we're absolutely exhausted, Kurmasana is a great asana to go into, actually. Like just to go into our own energy and to let go of what happened during the day. Okay. I know it seems like a very strange asana, but it's really amazing. Babaji and Guruji gave it to us so that we could go into our own energy and let the world go, let the stress of the world go. And as Guruji said, Kurmasana is an asana that many yogis use to do their japa, actually. Okay. Cool. I know there's a lot of questions, but the computer's very far away, so maybe I'll get to them later. Is there a limit of Kurmasana? Nope. We can practice as little or as much as we want. Okay. You don't have to do it on a hard ground like this. You can, you also can do it on your couch or your bed. It might be a little bit more comfortable for your knees and stuff. Also, a benefit of Kurmasana is that it actually opens up the back of your knees. If you notice how do you say, your butt comes forward, the way your body, what happens with your body is your knees open up. And so if you have knee pain, Kurmasana is really great for your knees. It's also very good for your heart, because I think you notice when you're down, you feel pressure on your face, right? This is because pressure is going to you're putting pressure actually on your heart, which is good for it. It's just a little bit of pressure. Huh? It helps your heart stay healthy. And of course, by putting pressure on your stomach, on your solar plexus here, you are invigorating your digestive agni, your digestive fire, which will help you to digest faster. It'll help your metabolism go up. Cool, huh? So it's good if you want to lose weight. Nice. Cool. Okay, now I will look. Okay, can we do Kachari Mudra? Nope, not in Kurmasana. Good question, though. Very good question. I cannot do the physical exercises, but it's nice to see them done properly. Oh, I don't think I'm doing them so properly, but okay. I have a knee problem, so I can sit on my heels, but I can't bend my right knee fully. So can I do this asana? You technically can do this asana in a chair too, if you need to. But I'll get to that in a second. Japa should be done in silence. Yeah, it can also be done out loud too, of course. And I'm totally out of focus. There we go. So you can, if you have to, you can do Kurmasana in a chair. So you're sitting in a chair like normal, and then you do the upper body stuff, but you're sitting in a chair. If you have to do it because of your knees or something, it's okay. Cool. Did you learn anything about Kurmasana? Was that any of that new? Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Nice. Everybody's favorite, Simhasana. Okay. We're going to put the microphone very far away. Okay. So to do Simhasana, as you know, we point our big toes together and we have our knees apart. Yeah. So it's like a triangle, right? Then we sit back. We're going to take our hands and we're going to turn them, but we're not just going to turn them like this. We really want to sort of open up our chest, right? Not just boop, but really okay? By rolling our shoulders back. Then we're going to take our hands, fingers facing towards us, and we're going to come as, how do you say, as close to our body as possible, but it's not like this. I mean, I guess some people are very flexible, but out a little bit. And you're going to lean forward. Now, Simhasana technically is 2 breaths, okay? The first breath is a relaxing breath where we go like this. 1 full inhale and 1 full exhale. You can hear me still? Yeah, you can still hear me? Yes, okay, good, okay, great. So 1 inhale and exhale, relaxed. Then we're gonna come up and already stretch our face and put out our tongue, okay? Already going. Okay, and inhale. Okay, it's not like some people do this. They inhale and then they stretch their face. That is incorrect. It is we stretch the face and then inhale. And then we exhale with a okay, with a roar. Okay. Now, I want to talk a little bit more about the roar and the breathing. Okay. Oh, sorry. Then after the roar, what we do is we do 1 relaxing breath. Okay. So some people believe that Simhasana is okay. It's not. Okay. It is relax. Relax. Okay. Okay, good. Because if you just keep going, you're gonna hurt your throat. Okay, good. All right. So how to stretch your face. Okay, what you want to do is you sort of want to feel like you're really like your muscles are fully stretching in every direction. Okay. Your eyes are big. Okay, and your tongue is as far out as possible. Okay, it's not just like this. It's not okay. It's not a dead lion or a depressed lion. It's not okay. You really want to like stretch your face, open your eyes, and then okay. Added benefit is it helps you have a nice big beard like me, okay? I'm joking. All right, so, and then when you roar, okay, the sound does come from your throat, okay? Your upper chest and throat, so it is raspy, okay? That's I guess a very specific English word. Okay? Okay, it comes from your throat. Okay. Okay, cool. It's not, it's not okay. Okay, good. All right. So this raspy sound actually does help. What it does, it helps clean out your throat of sickness. Okay, and the stretching helps really squeeze all of your sinuses. Okay, and that is what Simhasana is so good about. It is about releasing the sicknesses of our throat, our chest, and our sinuses. Okay, so okay, it's awesome. It's so good, especially if you're starting to feel a little bit cold. It's great, okay? It's very great to do. Also, Simhasana is really awesome about getting rid of the energetic tension, the emotional tension we hold in our chest, and and what is that? That's when our heart is hurt, when we're sad, when like something has happened that hurts our heart. This helps get rid of that negative energy, okay? So that we can be strong again and love and have an open heart, okay? So Simhasana is awesome. Okay, so before we do it properly, I want you to like practice a little bit. Like inhale, stretching your face completely, tongue out, and exhale with a nice big roar. I can't hear you. It's fine. You're lucky. You're lucky that I can't hear you. Okay. Okay. Yes, there is a way to do Simhasana quietly, but to do it quietly, we must know how to do it normally. Okay. So again, take one deep breath. Stretch your face, stick out your tongue. Inhale. Exhale. Relax. Let's do another one. One more. Stretch your face. Inhale. Relax. Cool. Okay. So that's how you breathe. Okay. When Guruji first taught Atmakriya, it was like a couple weeks later. We were a bunch of us guys, we were in the kitchen and we heard like some strange noise. It sounded like a chainsaw like coming from someone's room, and we all freaked out. We went running in and threw the door open, and there he was. And we're like, oh, okay, great. Simhasana. Okay, so now I'm gonna do Simhasana. I'll move the microphone like this so you can hear me. Now there is a movement with your spine, okay, that some people don't do, and if we do it properly, we'll be putting a lot of energy into our Simhasana. Okay. So now you can sit properly. You have your legs apart, right? They're apart. We have our toes touching. Okay. We sit back. We take our hands. We roll them inside. We come down. And now, sorry, you can hear me still, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, good. All right. So what we do is when we do one breath normally, okay? And now when we inhale, we want to go like this. Okay? Like a cat, okay? And then okay, you see? Like really, really get into it like a big cat. Okay? Like okay? Do you see? You understood what was happening? You want to be like a big lion, a big cat. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense? Yeah. Okay. So try it. Try a couple times. Yeah. And remember, Simhasana. Oh, the translators. Everybody can hear your Simhasana. That's pretty awesome, right? Now I'm putting you on the spot. Okay. So remember, Simhasana is 2 breaths per round. Okay. And we can do 5 rounds. So technically 10 breaths. Okay. So we do 1 relaxing breath to start. Then we then okay. Cool. So please do a couple rounds of Simhasana and really really get your back into it. Okay. Like a big cat. All right, translators. It's so funny. Makes me laugh. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Durgadas, like this big cat. Durgadasi, sorry. Awesome. Yeah, that's some cool Simhasanas. Oh, I see some people are turning off their turning off their cameras. I see. Awesome. Those are some cool Simhasanas though. Well done. Really well done. Yeah, really put your back into it. Like a big cat. Nice. Excellent. Awesome. Awesome. Well done. Well done. Perfect. Wow. Well done, guys. Very good. Okay, cool. Now you can sit normally. You can, when you're ready, you can finish. Okay. So, how was that? It gives a lot of energy, right? Like it creates a lot of energy. Do you feel it? So Simhasana is really good. I mean, don't do it as soon as you wake up. You should let your voice, your throat wake up a little bit, right? You don't want to strain your voice first thing in the morning. But how do you say? Doing it in the morning, of course, creates a lot of energy. You can feel it, right? So it helps get the day going. Okay. And of course, at night, it also creates energy. Maybe you come home from work and you're exhausted. Do Simhasana. It will help give this fire. But what happens if you live in an apartment house or you have other family members and they will think you're crazy if you are going right. You can do it silently, but now that you know how to do it properly, you want to try to do it with the same energy, but it will be silent. Okay, so how to do it? Everything is the same, except we don't do this big roar. So we still go. Okay. And when you exhale, when you do it silently, it's really like a okay. It sounds like a cat throwing up a hairball, actually. It's like you've heard cats throwing up hairballs before, right? And so they sort of sound like that. But there's this energy behind it still. That's okay. All right. So try a couple of silent ones, but you still want to do it with this energy. Okay. Of course, you'll feel it. It is less energy, yes, but you want to try to create as much energy as possible. Would you mind looking outside? I think there's somebody outside the door. Thanks. Awesome. Cool. Well done, everybody. Someone else? No? Oh, okay. All right. So that's Simhasana. We can do Simhasana 5 times twice a day. It is awesome. It really creates a lot of energy. It's great for your singing voice. It's great for the health of your throat, your chest, your sinuses. It's also good for Kachari Mudra, by the way, because you're really pushing your tongue out. You're stretching your tongue. I don't know if you can feel it. Yeah, maybe you feel your tongue stretched. And of course, it's also good to get rid of this emotional negativity that we hold in our chest. That closes our heart chakra. Yeah, it helps get rid of that so we can be strong, because it takes a lot of strength to love. Weak people cannot love. It takes strength to love, especially loving people that we feel hurt us. Yeah. So you have to be strong like a lion, like Narsima. Narsima is very strong and he loves everybody so much. Okay. Looking at the comments. Oh yeah, great performance of the lion. Okay, good. I'm glad. Okay, well, technically you can do it in a chair too. It's the same. Okay, I'll show all of the chair versions later. It'll be very quick because they're almost exactly the same. Simhasana you can do in a chair too. But of course, it's not as strong. But if you need to do it, do it. Cool. So Swastikasana, Kurmasana, Simhasana. Which one are we missing? Shavasana. I just you doing this. Mahamudra is not an asana. We'll do that in the next immersion. You can see my throat hurts now from all the roaring. Okay, what are we missing? What did we do? Okay, we did Dhyanasana. Yes, thank you. Of course, duh. Okay, cool. All right, so Dhyanasana. Dhyanasana, like dhyana, of course, means meditation. So it helps us to meditate. It has an energetic benefit which helps quiet our mind, similar to Jnana Mudra or Purna Jnana Mudra. It is an option for meditation. You do not need to do Dhyanasana, honestly, 100%. If you feel you don't like Dhyanasana, don't do it. It's Babaji gave it as an option because it is relatively easier, a little bit easier than doing Padmasana, full lotus. It's a little bit easier. So if you really want to sit on the ground without a cushion, and you want to be like a true yogi, whatever, then Dhyanasana will be easier than Padmasana. But it still actually is pretty difficult, I'm going to be honest. So there is no chair form because it's about sitting on the ground. But if you like it, you can practice, okay? Okay, cool. So I'm gonna explain how to do Dhyanasana, how to get into it, how to teach your body how to get into it. And then we'll talk about like how to practice or like what meditations you can do with Dhyanasana. So to teach your body to get into it, what you do is you can sit with your feet flat on the ground in front of you like this, okay? Then you take either foot, doesn't matter. So I'm going to take my left foot and I'm going to bring it underneath my right foot or my right leg, okay? And what I do, it's very important that I sit flat on the ground. I am not, my butt is flat. It's not like this, okay? It's flat, okay? And I take my heel and it comes to my hips, to my butt, okay? But it's not underneath my butt. It's not like Mahamudra, okay? Because if it goes underneath my butt, then my butt is like this. It means my spine is like this, okay? Right, that makes sense, right? And we want a straight spine, not a crooked spine, okay? So my butt is flat, my heel is to my my butt or my hip. And I take the other leg and I just put it on top like this. Okay, maybe can you put the down just a little bit? Nice, okay, there we go. I'll move this. um, can you hear me still? Yeah, okay. All right. So you can see this is Dhyanasana. And you can see that my knees are not above one another. They are separate, okay? They are not above one another. Now, to do Dhyanasana, you take your hands, you interlace them, you see, like this, and you put it around your upper knee. Now, that means my arms are to the side, but I do not turn my spine. This is incorrect, you see? This doesn't make sense, because if I turn my spine, then my spine is twisted, and that's not good for meditation. That will reduce the speed of the energy, the speed of the prana moving in my kriya. Does that make sense? So again, when we do Dhyanasana, our butt is flat because then our spine is straight. And I just move my arms like this, okay? I do not turn. Okay, thumbs up. Makes sense, everybody? Nice, cool, okay. Now, when we put our hands like this, you'll feel that it sort of like helps you to keep your spine straight in a very easy way. Like it almost takes no energy to sit like this. To hold my spine up, it's like this almost locks it in place. And that is the benefit of Padmasana, is it locks your spine in place very easily. So you can see the benefit of Padmasana and Dhyanasana, it's the same. But of course, this one is relatively easier than Padmasana, full lotus, okay? So that's it. You can, of course, you can bring your foot closer to your hip. Okay, so you can see my foot is out. This is Dhyanasana. It's a little bit closer. This is Dhyanasana, and also very close to my body. Like right now, my heel is touching my hip here, back here. This is also Dhyanasana. All of them work. Okay. So you technically can do all of your practices in Dhyanasana. And it's very good for main kriya. Of course, with your pranayamas, your hands won't be interlocked. You will be, okay. And with Trinity meditation, technically your hands are apart. I mean, a little bit. So your palms, this triangle will be small, but it's fine. Yeah, technically. But you can also just, if you feel better for Trinity, you can just sort of let your hands out and then you can go back. Does that make sense? Okay. And we are lucky that Guruji and Babaji, they've changed how we do japa. Remember, some years ago, we did japa always with our mala, and we counted on the mala. So 16 malas a day, remember? And that's what stopped a lot of people from doing Dhyanasana, because what are they going to do? Like sit here with your mala? It's sort of hard, yeah? So now we can sit here like this and do our japa by time and not count with a mala, okay? So what does Dhyanasana do? Two things. Creates an energy, which helps us to meditate, helps us to calm our mind, like Jnana Mudra. And it locks our spine straight and makes it very easy to stay sitting on the ground for a long time. That's it, okay? If you don't want to do Dhyanasana, I want to repeat, you definitely do not need to do it. You can meditate cross-legged, you can meditate in a chair, you can meditate standing, actually. You want to know another asana? It's called the cow milking pose. It's like this. Some yogis meditate like this. I'm serious. Okay, so we can be happy Babaji didn't teach us that pose. Okay, nice. Any questions about Dhyanasana? But we can't do mudras during Dhyanasana. That is true, actually, Chakradas. Well done. We can't. That's true. Kachari mudra you can, of course. Kachari mudra you can. Can I place the knees on top of each other? Yes, you can. However, that's Gomukha asana. That means cow face asana. If that's comfortable for you, and Swahadasi, obviously you're a lady, that is much more comfortable for ladies than men for obvious reasons. So if you want to do it and it is comfortable, of course. It's not Dhyanasana technically, but of course it's nice. Is it also okay to have the knees? Yeah, okay, just yeah. Can I also put the right knee, the right foot on the ground? Yes, you can do Dhyanasana with either leg, okay? Great explanation with all the varieties. Take your day. This is fun. I'm really enjoying myself. I hope you, clearly you must be enjoying if you stayed extra long. So that's good. Okay, and thank you translators, honestly, thank you. Everybody, you should thank them. They're working extra hard. Okay, and I also, by the way, translators, I know I am not slowing down, obviously. Like, I'm talking very fast, isn't it? Yes, but you're doing a very good job. So thanks. Okay. Everybody's favorite, swastikasana, okay? And we're gonna practice together, actually, okay? Wait, or do you want the chair versions quickly? Yes, let's do the chair versions first. 1 second, I'm gonna grab a chair. Okay. Okay, so, okay, you, you only see my, that's pretty funny. Yeah, up a little bit more. There we go. Okay. Nice. I was like, my head was cut off. Okay, so swastikasana, obviously, it's just like this, right? With your hands on your lap and your feet flat on the ground. That's normal. And you do the breathing. Makes sense. Kurmasana is like, it's like this, right? It's your, yeah, that makes sense, right? It's literally, it's the same thing, just not on the ground. And simhasana is where you sort of like sit like this. Okay, maybe you can show my legs quickly. Yeah, so like you can see my legs are apart. Yeah, I mean, okay, I'm wearing a dhoti, it's hard to see, but okay, yeah, you see? Okay, and then you just take your hands and it's the same. I'm just gonna bring them here to the front like this, right? And yeah, it's the same. It's really the same. Okay, but everybody, please, if you can do it properly, please do it properly. Don't be lazy. Okay, good. So, do we need a break before our last asana? No. Nice. Good. All right. Last asana, Simhasana. No, sorry. Shavasana. Shava means corpse. Okay. This is very important. If you have done Hatha yoga, then for sure you've done Shavasana outside of Atmakriya yoga. Babaji and Guruji gave us Shavasana because it is such an important asana. It is known to be the most difficult of all asanas because it is not physical, it's mental. But it's corpse, okay? Corpse pose. So, but it's technically speaking like freshly dead person. not after some hours when the person starts to get rheumatism or something, where their body gets stiff. Okay, it's before stiffness death. Okay, it's when you're freshly dead and your body is fully like a dead person. Okay, so but to understand the power of Shavasana, we have to understand about sleep, actually. Because you see, when we fall asleep, we go through, as I'm sure you know, we go through different stages of sleep. And there is the REM state, which is when we dream. But when we dream, our body is active, actually. Even if we don't sleepwalk, our body will still twitch, and I'm sure you've had those dreams where you like kick or your body jerks because the body is not relaxed. And for sure you've had those nights where you dreamt all night long and you woke up and you felt even more tired than you went to sleep, right? Yeah, we've all had those nights. And why do we feel even more tired? Because we didn't rest. We were dreaming all night long, and so our body was also awake. Actually, our body stayed awake. But when we go in deep sleep, that's when we don't dream, but also our body is fully relaxed. And it's in this state, because the mind is not active, the ego is gone, that the pure energy of the divine can come into our body and heal us, helps us let go of the stress of the day, the negativity of the day, and our body begins to heal itself. That's why when we really are like not feeling good and we go into like deep sleep for many hours, our body puts us there so that we can heal. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay. I'm sure most of you knew that anyways, okay? But we needed to speak about that because what happens in Shavasana is that we go into that deep state of sleep physically, but not mentally. Our body goes into the state of deep sleep, but our mind stays awake. So actually, it's even more powerful than deep sleep because we didn't have to go through the REM stage, the dreaming stage. And so 20 minutes of Shavasana can be like an hour of normal sleep or more, where after Shavasana, we can feel really relaxed, really good, and healed and have more energy. Okay. There was a time, I don't know why we stopped it, but there was a time in SPN that right before lunch, we would all run down to the seminar room and we would do Shavasana together. And it was amazing because it felt like the second half of the day was like morning time again. It felt fresh. We felt fresh because of the stress and the tiredness and the mental stress of the first half of the day was gone. And we could start our second half of the day with a lot of freshness. If you want, I can record. We'll do Shavasana together. There's many ways of doing Shavasana, okay? Guruji was never really specific of how, except relax your body from your feet to your head. That's it. That's really all the instructions he gave. So if you have your own way that you like to do it, please do it. We will do the way I like to do it. And if you want, I can record myself and put the audio on the Telegram group. Okay. Cool. All right. Any questions about Shavasana? Oh, Shavasana is not sleep. Okay. Just to be clear. Always someone makes that joke like, oh, I do Shavasana 8 hours a night. No, Shavasana is conscious, deep relaxation. And bonus, if we can learn how to do Shavasana laying down, we can also learn how to do it sitting, which means it helps us in our meditation. Because if we sit and meditate and we physically are stiff because of all of our emotional stress from the day, how can we actually meditate? Meditate must be in a relaxed state. Make sense? Okay. Nice. Okay. Okay, good question. Should we better to do Shavasana on the floor or in the bed? Technically on the floor, because when you do it in the bed, it's subconsciously there's a good chance you're going to sleep. Also, your bed has sleep energy in it, tamasic energy, which is good. That's where you should sleep. But this is not sleep. So it is better to do on the floor. Okay. Good. Are you ready? I know it's late for some of you. This is going to be the hardest part of the immersion, to stay awake. But I believe in you. You can do it. Okay. Of course, by the way, of course, if you have to, you can put a small pillow underneath your head, or you can put fold the pillow and you can put it underneath your knees. Okay. This can help you relax if you have tight hips. Okay. Or knee problems. Okay, good. So lay down. I won't do it. Actually, could we move the camera and maybe focus on Tulsi Narasimha? Nice. Okay. All right. I believe in you guys. You can do it. You can do it. All right. So, when you lay down for Shavasana, you place your legs, or your feet a little bit wider than your hips. Okay. So have your legs sort of spread out a bit. Not too much, but a little bit more than your hips. And you want your hands at like a 45 degrees, okay? So not touching your body, not in a cross, but 45 degrees. And if you feel that your shoulders or your chest are not feeling good, you can roll your shoulders backwards a little bit. Not too much, but a little bit. Good. So I want you to take a deep breath. We're going to do some breathing and some visualization, okay? So inhale light and energy and space into your feet, feeling that your feet are growing bigger and filling with divine light. Exhale, relaxing your feet. Inhale, divine light and space into your lower legs, feeling that they are getting bigger. Exhale and relax. Inhale, light and space into your knees. Exhale and relax. Inhale, light and space into your upper legs. Exhale and relax. Inhale, light and space into your hips and butt. Exhale and relax. Inhale, light and space into your lower back. Exhale and relax. Inhale, light and space into your stomach and diaphragm. Exhale and relax. Inhale, light and space into your shoulder blades and upper back. Exhale and relax. Inhale, light and space into your chest. Exhale and relax. Inhale, light and space into your hands. Exhale and relax. Inhale, light and space into your lower arms. Exhale and relax. Inhale, light and space into your elbows. Exhale and relax. Inhale, light and space into your upper arms. Exhale and relax. Inhale, light and space into your throat and neck. Exhale and relax. Inhale, light and space into your jaw and face. Exhale and relax. Inhale, light and space into your ears and the side of your head. Exhale and relax. Inhale, light and space into the back of your head. Exhale and relax. Inhale, light and space into the crown of your head. Exhale and relax. And now feel that your body is relaxing into the floor, that the floor is becoming soft and it's molding to your body. Very good. Now, if you like, you can chant your japa and visualize your Ishtadev or your Guru. Try your best to stay aware and awake.